batters are Ali and Baliram. Baliram still to get off the mark. Ramrup for Hillview College, the opening bowler. Of course, Andrew Rambaran, national under-17 player, is the captain of this Vishnu Boys team. Just to run through that Vishnu Boys team for you: Andrew Rambaran, Sanjeev Baliram, Matthias Ramdullah, Aaron Basant, Nashayam Bethelmi, Ishant Rupnarain, Adian Lakan Singh, Daniel Holder, Ismail Ali, Zachary Madre, Antonio Bujram, Ryan Ganesh, and Kishan Singh. The 12th and 13th players. And just to run through Hillview Boys College with you as we get the second over on the way: Andre Suglal, the skipper, Joseph Mendoza, Ethan Ramsundar, Urjiva Ramguli, Ronaldo Fonilie, he's the vice captain, Akshaya Kulai, Jordan Mohammed, and Nathan Saga, Tyler Ramrup, Adesh Singh, Kadir Juman, and Jordan Bryce, Vinayak Lal, and Roshan Budu, the three players left out of their 14. Of course, this Hillview College team is coached by none other than Mr. Richard Kelly Sr., and Vishnu Boys coached by Junior Sadhu. As I say, good morning and welcome to former national under 19 player Liam Mamchan. Good morning to you, Liam.
Good morning, Jared. It's good to be here with this in INTERCOL cricket again. And we're into the quarter-final stage now.
Yeah, so much cricket going on. Of course, our 4-day championship, or CWI 4-day championship, presently ongoing. There's the IPL ongoing. There's so many bilateral series around the world as well.
I think there's nothing better than just having cricket to watch. This one is cut away and into the third-man boundary now for 4. So a boundary to Ismail Ali. He's one of those players that when he gets going, he's going to hit the ball and he's going to go after these Hillview College bowlers.
Yeah, you as a former under 19 player, I'm still getting accustomed to saying former. I can't believe you're that old already. But you do and would enjoy all this cricket that we have going on. It is refreshing, though, that we can look at this age group of cricket. With all the international cricket going on and senior level cricket, it's refreshing to look at this level of cricket, because this is where the next crop of superstars, as I call them, is going to come from.
I think a lot of these players involved in this game are up for selection for that national under 19 team as well. And I think with the amount of cricket that these young players are playing, there's always eyes on you. There's always people looking to see what you're doing. This time a wild slash from Ali.
That's good by the wicket keeper, though, sticking that right boot out, almost goalkeeper style. Slashing, and this one is given a caught behind. A nice lifting delivery here from Fonilie. And catching Ali with that extra bounce. Of course, a little bit too close to him for that shot. He was in between playing that pull shot and wanting to cut on the offside as well. So the first wicket down here. Vishnu Boys in a bit of trouble here in this.
That's at number 3. But good from Foria, getting that early wicket, getting that early breakthrough. Let's have a look at it again. Just rising on him on a good catch. Had to get off the ground a bit there was Ram Sundar, and that's the end of Ismail Ali. He'll be disappointed in himself, but brings Basant to the crease. Basant has been in the runs for Hillview College, for Vishnu Boys College in fact, over the past 50 over season, so he'll want to continue his form.
Now, of course, some of these young chaps, you know some of them very well, Liam, and I'm supposing that as we talk about so much of the international and senior team cricket being played out in Tobago and one day representing the West Indies, the second over down, Vishnu Boys 9 for 1, losing that first wicket of Ali in that second over.
Yeah, I think to get back to what you were saying, I think a lot of these guys would have aspirations of playing at the highest level, if not for the West Indies, at least for Trinidad and Tobago. So you take a look at the cycling velodrome, a lot of sporting arenas around the area. There's the Hazy Crawford, in fact the Atto Bolden Stadium.
Yes, it's just west of it.
The cycling velodrome, as you could have seen there. There's also the Aquatic Centre, and there's obviously the National Cricket Centre.
Yeah, Couva, the home of sport in Trinidad and Tobago. This one a little bit wider, going after it, so easily could have gotten the edge. You are one of those who've played at this level, the intercol level, and you've had a taste of the senior, well, the national team. What's some of the keys that these young chaps need to hold on to unlock moving up in those levels from age group cricket into the senior level?
And I think what worked for me was taking each game one step at a time, not thinking too far ahead. Just having that goal in your head of what you want to achieve, but working each day towards that goal. I think as I was saying, I think I took each game one step at a time, and just took it from there. So I think a lot of these young players tend to get quite obsessed with the future. Don't really get to enjoy that. That's a good delivery from Ramrup. 4 dots in this over already, building a lot of pressure. Bariam yet to get off the mark. Might just be playing on his mind at this point in time. Driven down the ground straight to mid-off, and another dot. So 5 dots in the over, 1 delivery to go, and you could just sense that the pressure shot might be coming from Badiram here.
Of course, this is a T20 encounter, so the scores and the projected scores, or the scores that they would be aiming for, are going to be a little bit different, and the approach obviously would be a little bit different from the previous round where they were playing 50 over cricket.
I think a lot of applause has to go to Tyler Ramrup. I don't think you see a lot of maiden overs in T20 cricket nowadays. So that brings us to the end of over number 3, our maiden for Ramrup. Very well bowled over.
From a batting perspective, that's almost sacrilegious in a T20 or a T10.
Yeah, most definitely.
I think you were with me in Tobago just recently, and someone, I can't remember who it was, bowled a maiden over in a T10 encounter. That's almost, from a batting perspective, so sacrilegious, because the game is so quick, and you find yourself in a blink of an eye down to your 15th over.
And I think if you're not getting the boundaries, if you're not getting those bad balls to put away, I think just dropping the ball and getting singles is the easiest way to do it.
Yeah, and when you look around the field and you see even on the offside with the backward point, a point, and a cover, there's just those three fielders. There is that space right in point there that you can drop and run.
You're gonna pull and
Yeah, so some good short bowling here from Fonilier. Of course, he got that wicket with a short pitch ball. This one is driven straight, but mid-on will come around and cut it off. So just a single. Yeah, of course, he picked up that wicket, Fonilier, with a short delivery, just back of a length, in fact. He seems to generate and be generating some good pace here on a track that traditionally we know this track as being a batter-friendly track, being quite flat. And there again, just that extra bit of pace from Fonilier. And these are some good lines in particular because he's not too straight that the batters can tuck it around into the leg side, and he's not too wide of off stump that allows them to free their arms and play in those gaps that we just spoke about on the offside. Short again, pulled and in the air, brilliant catch. This is quite brilliant. That fielder running around from cover and able to come around in good time and take the catch.
Rajiv Ramguli, who's been a senior part of this Hillview team for the past 2 or 3 seasons. That's a fantastic catch, and once again that extra bounce and piece of Fonilier doing for Sanjeev Baliram.
That's the delivery before. So he in essence he set him up by putting the ball there and keeping the length just back of a length. We will get to see that that catch again because it was a lovely catch. Again, he was looking to pull, similar to the first wicket of Ali. He was looking to pull, and the ball was just a bit too close to him.
It's good to see that he's generating that extra piece and bounce. And a really good catch again from Ramguli.
Yeah. Our cameraman Gordon doing well there to pick up that catch.
One of the best in the business.
Yeah, and that was definitely a wonderful catch. And it probably deserves about 2 or 3 looks, to be quite honest. He made good ground. There, he's made an adjustment here now for the right-hander, has Fonilier. Take a look at that catch again. It just seemed that even as he was running around, the ball just seemed to be drifting away from him. And he judged it well.
It was really well judged, and that brings us to the end of another over. Just one off it and a wicket. So you can see that the pressure is all on Vishnu Boys College at this point in time. They've lost 2 wickets early. The last 2 overs, just 1 run scored. Looks like it's going to be wrapup to continue. So we take a look at the Atto Bolden Stadium in the background there.
Yeah, that's the the big screen. You can just glimpse it through the trees on the far side, the bamboo. That's the big electronic scoreboard and screen in the stadium.
Good delivery again from Ram. Repeats the spin. Honing in on that good line and length, not allowing the Vishnu Boys batsmen to get after them. Now we've seen 4 batsmen bat, 3 left-handers. Ramrup and Foria seem to be enjoying bowling these left-handers. Both with some good returns so far. In the air, the fielder long on comes in, and he's dropped a sitter. Kadir Juman has put down the simplest of catches, and after taking a look at Ramguli's catch in the last over, this one was super simple and just went straight through the hands.
Yeah, he had 2 grasps at it. In fact, he had the second chance because he started off well. He had his hands high, so even if he bobbled it, he could have gone at the second time. But I really don't want to be putting down catches, especially with your team already 2 wickets in the bag.
I think another wicket there could have seen Andrew Rambaran in a lot earlier than he would have expected.
And we talk about the difference in formats. Nice delivery outside the awesome. And if we go back to last year's Intercol, from round of 16 all the way into the finals, because in the finals last year, Fatima versus Presentation, 130 odd wasn't enough. And when you go through some of the scores last year,
where's that one passed?
It's just died out a bit as it hit the pitch. You look at the scores last year, there were a couple of big scores by the stronger teams, obviously, the Presentation College, the Fatima College, but generally it's been in around 130 to 150.
So I'm an outside edge from Bethlehem, goes down to third man, that's Nathan Sagar, and they get a single.
The Vishnu Boys will do well to get to 150 from here out, because this is just coming up on the end of the 5th over, and they already lost those 2 wickets.
Yeah, I think on the bright side for Vishnu, there's still Andrew Rambaran. We know how dangerous and capable he is with the bat. This time driven nicely, and it's gone through the covers for 4. A brilliant shot from Aaron Basant, and that brings up his first boundary. Let's have a look at it one more time.
Yeah, nice looking shot indeed. Just bringing that front foot forward. And getting full value for the shot. Of course, we are in the dry season, so most of our cricket grounds are very dry, not much grass on that outfield.
Good diving effort from Ramguli there, but unable to get a hand to it. It's going to be Foria to continue. 2 for 6 in his 2 overs.
Some of our media colleagues are coming in to ensure that the coverage goes far and wide. And of course, that's another aspect of this level of cricket now. It's being shown and seen all over the world, as opposed to, well, of course, my day, which was quite some time ago.
You see that sandstorm coming across the ground is something that we've grown accustomed here at the NCC. As Foria runs in to start his 3rd over, bowling to Bethlehem. Short again. An appeal for caught behind.
I think that was just more hopeful, that appeal, than anything. I don't think it was anywhere close to the bat.
Good bounce on it again, good area.
Indeed, probably a hopeful appeal, but was a little bit closer than I thought.
He's hitting some really good areas, and I think now we're going to see a first slip being put in. Ramguli himself goes to first slip. Appeal for LBW. And he's given. Fornilia gets his third. Let's have a look at this one again. I seem to just get across his stumps a bit, but me have just been clipping the leg stump. Umpire Nansing.
Now, of course, the umpire's in a slightly better position than we are, so I think even on our replay, Liam, I think it may just, as you said, be clipping the leg stump. So a good decision. Of course, the umpire took a little while before he gave it.
Well, taking a look at Andrew Rambrand's stats here. 143 runs in 4 innings of games that have been streamed this year. Andrew Rambrand is in some sublime form at an average of 71. Well, he seems to be a guy for the cameras.
Well, you wouldn't know because I think he saw you on the stairs earlier, so he does know that this is being streamed. But again, and I was just mentioning that the fact that even now at this level of cricket, these guys can be seen all over the world, and you have heard me speak about this time and time again, that my era to your era is so completely different. You guys can make a career out of this wonderful game that we call cricket.
Yeah, most definitely. I think the opportunities now are limitless. The amount of cricket around the world is so much new franchise cricket. I think that has brought a lot of eyes, especially to T20 and T10 cricket. And Ramaran goes. He's gone first ball, caught behind, and Fornilia has 4. Let's have a look at this again. Chasing a wide one. And getting that outside edge.
A little bit difficult to tell from where we sit. Of course, we have this benefit that we can look at it over and over. The umpire gets one look at this. And we have slowed this down almost right down. And it's so difficult to tell. Just seem to clip that edge indeed. So the big fish is accounted for. Of course, that's a good decision by the umpire. This is a little bit closer to real time. And Fornilia went up immediately. Once the ball landed in the gloves, he was up and appealing, was Fornilia. And he's wreaking havoc through the top order of this Vishnu Boys college team. And he still has a few deliveries to go. Could he have a 5 quite early in the piece? He still has an over and a half to bowl. He still has 9 deliveries to bowl. Amazing figures, 2.5 overs from Fornilia, and he has 4 wickets, just the 6 runs.
He's on a hat-trick as well, and I think now we're seeing there's a slip in play. I think on a hat-trick ball, what you want to do is attack the stumps full, fast and straight. That's a fast bowler.
Yeah, I think his captain can give him a little bit more support, not just the slip, but do something a little different and give him that encouragement. Let's see how he goes here.
An appeal for LBW and seems to be pitching outside leg, but Ronaldo Fornilia is causing a lot of trouble for Vishnu Boys. He's wreaking havoc here at the National Cricket Centre. 4 for 6 in 2.4 overs. Let's have a look at this LBW appeal again.
Just possibly, yeah. You can see the leg stump behind the batter, so possibly, as you called it earlier, dipping outside leg, can't be given out from that angle. But he did what you said. He attacked the stumps.
Yeah, good thinking from the young fast bowler from Nile. He's bowled well so far. How does he go against a Madrid? 2 wickets, no runs yet in this over. Getting that extra bounce once again.
Yeah, the hat-trick may not be, but the fifer is still a great possibility with 7 deliveries in his spell. There's a 1 in 7 chance of getting that fifer at this point. But he's been impressive, though. As I mentioned a couple overs ago, Liam, I think for a track that generally we know that this tends to be a batting-friendly track at NCC, at the National Cricket Centre, you can see that he's extracting some extra bounce and he's bowling with some good pace.
Yeah, definitely. So that's going to be the end of the power play here at the National Cricket Centre. Vishnu Boys in a heap of trouble at 17 for 4. And I think what's most important about that is that they've lost their skipper, Andrew Rambaran, who has been probably the most dangerous player in this competition.
Yeah, and I think they've flown in from all parts of Trinidad to see Rambaran, and unfortunately, backs are turned now that he's gone, and the focus can shift in other places. But definitely, you would know that even as we call them, star players on a team, you are bound to fail at some point, and hopefully it's not that he has failed today, Rambaran, and his team loses.
I think that's the benefit of being an all-rounder as well. I think Rambaran's going to have his say with the ball later on. Just want his team to try to get to that 110, 115 mark. I think that could be a tricky score. Vishnu Boys do have 2 national youth bowlers in their lineup. There's 3 in fact. Daniel Holder just recently coming back from Antigua with the Trinidad and Tobago under 15 team. There's Rambaran, obviously. There's Ishmael Ali, and Iran Basant has been taking a lot of wickets across the second division in Trinidad and Tobago. Driven uppishly and beats the fielder at point. But Fonilia gives chase. Stops it. I think that's Mendoza, in fact, and they're gonna get 2 runs. Andre moves on to 3 now, 19 for 4. Don't think Vishnu Boys would have drawn this up last night in their planning. I'm really impressed though with both Ramrup and Fonile. I think it's a brilliant delivery again there from Tyler Ramrup. I think what's been good about these two is that they've bowled well in partnerships. Ramrup has been bowling maiden overs and got a lot of deliveries from the northern end, and Fonile has come from the southern end and picked up wickets at will. It's good partnership bowling. Good delivery again from Ramrup.
Yeah, that's about the 3rd or 4th time in his spell that he's gone past that outside edge. And so often we talk about batting in partnerships. Sometimes we forget that bowlers do need to bowl in partnerships as well.
This time this one just keeping a bit low. Pretty full delivery, and Marjorie was on the back foot.
Yeah, you only have to think through the history of cricket, and you would think about bowlers who bowled in partnership. The Walsh and Ambrose, McGrath and Warne. Broad and Anderson. Again, just outside the off stump, and continuously just plugging away in that corridor I'll bring an end to Ramroop's spell. He may not have picked up a wicket, but just 11 runs in his 4 overs. That's a good going, opening the bowling alongside Fornier. At the end of a 7 and 19 for 4, the Vishnu Boys College. And after losing the toss, Hillview College plucking out and prying out 4 early wickets. They would count themselves as being on top in this one. Still 13 overs to go. It is a T20 encounter. The secondary schools cricket, the Power the secondary schools cricket league INTERCOL quarterfinals. Of course, this is the first of a doubleheader here at the National Cricket Centre in Vancouver today. The second encounter promises to be quite the encounter. It's going to be a mouth-watering affair, I can tell you. With many young stars on show in that one. It will be Fatima College coming up against Naparima College. And quite ironic, I went to Fatima and Liam went to Naparima, and he told me he's backing Fatima today. So since he's doing that, I'm going to back Naparima. And of course that encounter is at 2 p.m. today after this one.
I don't think I would ever back Fatima for real. I think Naparima College is always somewhere that's close to my heart. This time up in the air. Sugla's underneath it. And he just can't get a hold of it. He stuck that right hand out in the air. Let's have a look at it again. Cornelia was inches away from a fifer.
I think he just misjudged slightly the trajectory of the ball, and then compounded that by a little bit of a mistiming of the jump.
I think he timed the jump pretty well. I think it just didn't get his hand soft enough. Didn't let the ball fall into his hand. And Basant lives to fight another day. Cornelia would be kicking himself. Brilliant delivery again, and beating that outside edge of Zachary Marjorie.
Yeah, and he again, I said he's working up a head of steam here. And to think that there have been 2 drop catches in this innings already. It could have been a lot worse for this Vishnu Boys outfit.
Squaring up Marjorie there, getting the ball to just nip away from him. It's good bowling from young Fornier.
He has 4 deliveries here, Liam, to see if he can get a fifer.
I think if he doesn't get it, Andre Sugal is going to have some answering to do in the dressing room.
Yeah, he's still going with this slip in play. And of course, I think that's a good move. Even this late into the innings, I think that slip in play with that angle going across the left-hander will give him all opportunity to take that 5th wicket.
And I think with the pressure on Vishnu Boys, I don't think there's any reason to let loose. I think you need to go for the kill here. They've gotten their 4 best batsmen predominantly out. I think Basant is still there, which would give Vishnu some hope. But I think they're under the gun here.
And I think I was having this conversation yesterday during the 4-day championship. And I think sometimes we think of T20 and we think of T10 and we think that we have to go all the time, and you have to be always on the go. Sometimes the situation of the game doesn't allow you to, and you are allowed. In Vishnu's case, they are allowed now to take a couple of overs and just get themselves back in order, steady the ship, as they say.
This time tucked away for a single. With the signal of umpire Morgan, it's runs. 21 for 4.
Yeah, it just seemed to come off the bat. He did well to get the bat down on it.
Good delivery again from Foria. Just one delivery to go now. It's going to put everything into this final delivery.
I think Sugla should just bring everybody in. Just put everybody up under the bat and just give him all opportunity. As we say, set a test match feel. Just give him the opportunity. Even if you go for a boundary, it doesn't matter at this point at 21 for 4.
Good delivery from Foria, and that finishes a wonderful spell. 4 for 9 in his 4 overs. I think he's been brilliant today, is Ronaldo Foria. I think last year and at this stage I would have played in this intercall against, I believe it was Princestown, and I got 4 for 12, so Foria has done me a bit better there.
Yeah, he's bettered you by 3 runs. But he has definitely bowled well, and again, because this is the platform of seeing what can be the next crop of national and regional players, I think based on what we have seen today and through the tournament, through the secondary school league this year, he is one that has that potential to go on to the next level. He does have the raw material to work with.
It's going to be Jordan Mohammed to take things over from the northern end. Jordan Mohammed is one of those bowlers who's quite slow through the air. Yeah, I think that's the best way to play him. Gotta use your feet, get to the pitch of the ball. But Hillview College, you could see that they're really up for it here. Mohammed was part of that national under 17 team. He picked up a 5 in the final round against the Windward Islands. So again, cut away straight to the field at point, and they get around for a single. Good running from Basant and Madri. Using his feet nicely again, straight to short cover, and they get through for a single in the end.
Yeah, so Mohammed has mixed it up a bit in this over. He's flighted a few and invited the batters to come at him if they so choose.
Yeah, I think that's his mode of operation usually. You just see with the field spread a bit now. It's a long on, long off. Deep cover and a deep mid wicket. I think it could do that. Sugla has opted against using that 5th fielder outside the circle, just to keep building the pressure. This time cut, and the fielder down at deep cover. Mendoza does the fielding. So a single to finish. Jordan Mohammed's first over. At the end of 9, Vishnu Boys 25 for 4. Have a look at the scorecard. Baliram, he did not get off the mark in his 10 deliveries. Ishmael Ali 7 from 9. Andrew Grambaran getting that first ball duck. It's going to be the skipper, Andre Sugla, in fact, to take over.
Yeah, you look at the scoring card a moment ago, and it stands out like a beacon. The name Foria, because he did wreak havoc through that top order, ending with figures of 4 for 9 from his 4 overs, and putting his team, Hillview College, well and truly on top. But that first Mohammed over going for 4 runs, and this is what Vishnu got to tell themselves. They got to go a couple of overs here, just 4 and 5 runs, just by knocking it around as they did in that first Mohammed over. And then eventually you get up to the 14th, 15th over, then you can start looking to progress and accelerating into the back end of your innings.
Wide delivery. Down the leg side, the fielder gives chase, is teasing him close to the boundary, and he's not able to stop it in the end. It's Rajiv, or is it Juman, and Sugla starts off with 5 wides.
Yeah, valiant effort by the pair of them, the one running around from fine leg and one running around from third, and they're just not able to hold it in.
And interestingly enough, this is already the most expensive over of the game, and the over hasn't even started yet.
And this is exactly why we're talking about the fact that Vishnu just needs to stay in the game as long as possible, because then you're going to get balls like these where you can possibly just get runs at will. You can get a couple of over pitch deliveries, or one that's just in your arc, or a short ball that you're confident enough to put away.
And wow, well, that's a really well bowled delivery from Sugla. Yorker length, just in between the stumps and the batsman.
I thought for a moment, it ricocheted off the wicketkeeper. I thought for a moment it ricocheted back onto the stumps.
Good delivery again from Sugla. He's leaned into his work now after that first delivery.
And you can see the difference between himself and Mohammed. He's a lot quicker. And his trajectory as well, quite a way flatter.
And a misfield from Mohammed at short cover. That grants Vishnu Boys 2 runs. Too much needed runs at this stage. 32 for 4 and 9.4, not where you want to be. Good delivery from Sogral.
And with 1 ball to go, even the benefit of those 5 wides at the start, the over has gone for 7. And that will be welcomed by Vishnu Boys.
It's not a bad over by any means in T20 cricket, but I think at this point in time,
definitely within the context of the fact that Vishnu Boys have been 4 wickets down, just 20 runs on the board. Those 5 wides help. Those couple of singles, it helps just to build them back into some stability and then into acceleration. 32 for 4 at the halfway mark. And at this halfway mark, the 10 over mark, the umpires have called for the drinks, and it is a mighty hot day in the dry season here in Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, so much cricket going on around. We'll give you some updates on some of the Foria Championship games, some updates on the IPL as well. But for now, while the umpires and players have a beverage, so will we. We'll rejoin you in a couple moments' time.
Just 4 runs of this over so far. This one tucked away into the offside, into the onside. In fact, no run. First dot delivery in this over from Jordan Mohammed. One delivery to go now. Vishnu Boys just scoring at a rate of 3.32. Not ideal in this format of the game.
I mean, you have spoken about it. You said that they gotta find a way as you come to the end of the 11th over, 36 for 4, and you said that 110 they should be looking at. Of course, they would have had a target in mind. Let's get to 140. We can defend 140, let's say, and then with the loss of the early wickets, they'll have a plan B. What can be the plan C if they can't get to that 110?
I think it's just that psychological landmark of getting to 100 might be the next plan, but with the lack of intent to score is what we've seen from the likes of Marjorie, 8 of 19. I think Bassant, 13 of 21 he is, but you can see that he's using his feet and he's trying to get things going for his team at this point in time. It's not worked out just yet. This time worked into the offside, the onside again, sorry, and a single for Aaron Bassant.
We talk about the scoring and where they want to end up. Of course, 20 over cricket. Sometimes the underpass scores are the tricky ones to chase down. We've seen teams going, even international cricket, at small scores. 110, 115 is a low score by international standard. And we see international teams falter going after 110.
Yeah, I think you're right. Those small totals are quite tricky. I think what makes it tricky is that you don't really know what's the best way to approach it. I think sometimes you look at a tiny score of 100 or 110 and 20 overs and think, well, you're just going to take your time and get there. Then you lose a couple of wickets, you're batting 50 for 4 in 10 overs and you feel a bit of pressure, but
there's that old saying, obviously, that runs on the board are runs on the board. This one pulled away. Down there are 3 fielders patrolling that leg side boundary, square leg, mid-wicket and mid-on. Mid-wicket does the fielding. Yeah, runs on the board are runs on the board. And it reminds me of, we just did the Dream 11 T10 in Tobago, Liam, and it reminds me of a season 1. The pass score was in and around 90, and the Pirate Bay Raiders under Nathan Stewart, they got a score somewhere around 75 or 80, below par, and they were able to defend it. I think that's where you find, we've spoken about Rambaran, we've spoken about Suglal, and these guys are young still, and they're still learning the game. Of course, Nathan is vastly experienced, old guy now, but his tactics on that day was so spot on. Every move he made, this one driven through the covers, and the mid-off will come around, the long-off in fact. So ticking over the score here nicely, Vishnu Boys, for the moment. His tactics on the day was so spot on. I remember one wicket distinctly where he moved Marlon Richards into what would be a fly slip, and the next delivery he bowled went directly into Marlon Richards' hands. Or was it the other way around? Marlon Richards was bowling and he moved himself into a fly slip, and that was one of the wickets they were looking for at the time. So even with small scores, you look at this is going to be a definite learning curve for somebody like Andrew, where he's learning that leadership as well and how to lead in different situations of the game.
it's going to be a bowling change.
couple of the parents and supporters of the various schools. Of course, in the second encounter, we may see a few more of those parents and supporters. Those two schools are steeped in a tradition, sporting traditions. Of course, both teams are INTERCOL champions in their own right, both in football and cricket. Hit powerfully back past the bowler. They're going to get one. Long off. Coming around, keeps it to one.
It's Kari Juman, new bowler. Yeah, I think that second game is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, of course, full toss and probably got a little too close to it. He was looking to use his feet, was Madri. And these teams will know that both, another full toss here, both presentation colleges are waiting in the wings possibly. Of course, presentation should go on us, the champions of the league, the premiership.
They're in action later on against St. Benedict's College. Good delivery from Juman. I think they'll be the favourites obviously for that one.
And when you look back at the premiership table, both presentation colleges are atop the table.
Just looking at the scores around the ground. St. Mary's College are in action live at against Presentation College. They're 82 for 5 in 11.2 overs. An appeal for LBW. And umpire Nansing says not out. Juman not happy with that. But that's going to be the end of over number 13. So we have a look at it again.
Yeah, possibly just outside the line on impact as well.
Yeah, 82 for 5 across there. Jaden Simon is not out on 24 and he's with Arshad Harilal. 2 wickets for Adi Ramsaran, 1 apiece for Racha and Agad, and a run out as well.
Racha continues to take wickets.
It's been a bit expensive today though, both him and Agad. Agad's 2 overs for 22, Racha's 2 overs going for 17. But the information that I've gathered is that that ground at Greg Street in Balmain is quite small. So you can imagine Ratcha's bowling bouncers for 6 across there. Hit Street to cover again. It's a good feeling from Rajiv Ramguli. Sukal's really gotten into his work here. He's bowled well. Put straight back round to Sugal and put down. Just have to look at this one again. Get a single in the end. Chance of a wicket, in fact. He hit it straight back to Sugal, threw himself at it and put down in the end. But a good effort from young Sugal. I think he was maybe 2 or 3 inches taller. Might have been able to grab hold of that one.
And he had 2 bites at the cherry as well, because he parried it almost goalkeeper style, and it went high enough that he could get that second bite of the cherry. Back live now.
Well bowled again from Sugal. Good over so far, just 1 off it.
So that's 3 drop catches now. Vishnu Boys could have probably been about 8 down by now, if you include all the LBW appeals along the way.
Well played from Madre, but unable to get a run. So at the end of over number 14, Vishnu Boys with just 6 overs left of 45 for 4.
And as Liam has given some secondary schools cricket updates, can shift across internationally. And Mumbai Indians have inserted RCB to bat, and RCB are presently, after 11 and a half overs, are presently 105 for 3.
Locally, the regional 40 is going on as well. Trinidad and Tobago are currently batting 423 for 5. They've lost Anderson Phillip for a hard-fought 35-ball duck.
Oh, he still didn't get off the mark. I left UE yesterday with him facing 25 deliveries without getting off the mark.
Just batted 10 today. Joshua Da Silva is on the other end now with Django. He's 35 not out. Django is on 164. Career high 164. At this stage of the game, I think Django is really impressed for the past few games.
Yeah, I was reminded
in the air and hit behind square. The fielder's not going to be able to cut it off on his 4. Poor delivery from Juman there, full toss down the leg side and had to be put away.
Just about an hour gone in those 4 encounters. I was reminded yesterday by one of the statisticians that much of the runs that Amir Django has scored has come in recent times, more than anything. I think he has multiple scores over 50 in a Premiership cricket here in Trinidad. And then he had a couple of scores. He had that century in the North-South Classic, obviously. And then he had a couple of scores even when he played for the Red Force before the return of Joshua Da Silva from injury. He did have some solid scores. And then now he's broken the duck and gotten his maiden first-class 100. And he's made it a big one.
Yeah, I think he deserves it. He's been working really hard for the past few months, past few years, in fact, this Django. Decided going to try to scamper through for a quick single, chance of a run out. And pour through in the end. But yeah, I think it goes back to probably the past 3 seasons of first-class cricket that he's played. He would have played for the Leeward Islands back in 2021. And scored a half-century against Trinidad and Tobago last year. In the regional 40 would have had some big scores as well. Didn't quite get to that 100, but had some pretty decent scores. And now he's finally, as you mentioned, broken the duck. We want to target an even bigger score. He's on 164. He'll want to keep going. But at this stage, 422 for 5. I think once Django gets out or Da Silva gets out, you could see that the Red Force might be looking to declare and have a run in at the CCC.
Yeah, I think the first thought in their strategy might be to allow Django possibly to get to that double century, and allow the skipper as well to get to a half century. You and I were talking about that this morning. I am one. You guys know I love Joshua Da Silva, and I want to see him do well and continue to do well. And 35 not out is definitely a good start. I want to see him carry on and at least get a half century in this innings. I did the toss yesterday, and he told me that. He said, I'm nowhere as near as consistent as I am. Being the incumbent West Indies wicketkeeper batter, you expect so much of him. So it is good that they've gotten that platform, thanks in main part to Jason Mohammed, because he came in quite early yesterday. They were 2 wickets down with just about 20-25 runs on the board.
Yeah, I think after the start that CCC got, when they got Vikash Mohan and Jit Gully out, really, Vikash Mohan has been scoring quite consistently at the top of the order for the Red Force, and the main run scorer has been Jit Gully. And, to get those two guys early, I think CCC would have been very confident, but Jason Mohammed showing that, that class has permanently scored his second century now in this competition.
And that was one of his goals at the beginning of this tournament. Actually, had a discussion with him about that when we were in St. Kitts for the round of matches across there, the early rounds, and after the century in the first round, the abandoned game against Ghana, we chatted the next day, and he said that one of the goals is to get 2 centuries this season for the Red Force. So he's notched up the second one. He still has the opportunity to get more. Of course, if the Red Force bat again in this encounter or next week in the final round. Of course, just continue giving some updates of the 4-day championship as we come to the end of the 16th over. Vishnu Boys have progressed to 54 for 4. Of course, this was after they were 19 for 4. So they've continued to progress nicely here, and possibly looking at getting close to, if not over, that 100-run mark and putting a score on the board, giving Hillview College a task. The Barbados Pride have progressed to 307 for 4. West Indies captain Craig Brathwaite sold his own on 137 from 311 balls. A typical Craig Brathwaite innings. And of course we love him. He's the West Indies captain. That's his modus operandi. And we love to see when he gets runs though, because he usually scores big when he scores. A quick 40 from Kevin Wickham.
Kevin Wickham is another one of those players who I've been really impressed with over the past few seasons for the West Indies Academy. He's now into his home nation of Barbados. He's into that setup now. Jordan Mohammed returns from the northern end, using his feet as Bassant and squeezes this one past point. Mendoza down at the sweeper boundary does well though. They pick up a useful 2 runs. Bassant 28 now.
So the West Indies Academy across there in Coolidge, the game across there in Coolidge. They bowled out the Windward Islands Volcanoes for 162 yesterday, and at the close of play they were 99 for 5. No updates on the morning session yet from Coolidge.
Head straight back to Mohammed this time.
And then of course the Jamaica game, the game at Sabina Park, just getting on the way.
This is out this time.
Yeah, the Guyana Harpy Eagles have done well in that game against Jamaica. They've progressed to 283 for 7. They also were about 90 odd for 5 midway through the day yesterday. And they've managed to get up to 283 for 7, the Harpy Eagles. 130 from Savory.
I think Savory would have saved the innings for Guyana. They were in a real spot of bother. I believe they were 90 odd for 7 when Pumol and Savory were batting together.
Gudakesh Moti, West Indies international, 56 from 86 deliveries. Savory is still 113 not out. So with just 30 points separating the top team to the 6th team, because Trinidad and Tobago have 51 points, Leeward Islands have 81.2 points. 30 points separating those 6 teams. So with this round and the final round to go, it's anybody's championship at this point. After 17 overs, there's no guess who's on top in this one though. Vishnu Boys are struggling here at 58 for 4 with 18 deliveries to go in their innings. And Bassant has been good. He's a soldiered on, watching wickets fall all around him. And he soldiered on to 29 from 41 deliveries. Madre has lent good support on 14 from 35. Definitely the pick of the bowlers. Funilia with that 4 for 9, wreaking havoc in the top order, which included the skipper Andrew Rambaran.
Looks like it's going to be Rajiv Ramguli to take over from the southern end after taking that blinding catch earlier on.
So 18 deliveries to go. Can they find a way to get 30 to 40 runs from those 18 deliveries? Anywhere between 90 to 100 runs. Give themselves a chance with their strong bowling lineup.
Wide delivery signal.
Yeah, that's a true warm-up. In fact, it's the call has been changed. It's actually now called a no ball, and I think possibly because it may have pitched outside of the cut strip.
No, I think it's because it bounced twice. But something seems to be wrong with Ramguli here. Seems to have picked up an injury. It's okay now. It's going to be a free hit for Zachary Madri. Misses out. It's beaten everybody but no run.
Yeah, so the free hit yielding nothing at the end of the day.
Down the
Full
ground.
toss.
Ramrup is down there at cow corner and it's just going to be a single.
Yeah, indeed, that no ball was because the ball bounced twice. Another full toss. This one swung in the air, and a magnificent effort from the fielder coming off of the mid-wicket boundary, and just unable just to haul it in. It was always dying on him as it got to him.
He did well to stop it though. Good effort from Joseph Mendoza, a real athlete out there.
Again, another low full toss, and it's a carved through extra cover and between the mid-off and the sweeper on the offside, and a beautiful delivery, beautiful shot. Ends the over with a bound. In fact, there is one delivery remaining. Another low full toss. He did well. He hit it over the short extra cover fielder and in that gap between the sweeper and the wideish mid-off. So runs beginning to flow a little bit more frequently here now for Vishnu Boys. Cut. In fact, punched down to long off.
Oh, good single to finish the over there. So at the end of 18, 68 for 4. And looking at that bowling card there, it's been all about Ronaldo Fonia there. Take a look at the birds out to watch cricket.
Yeah, those are the ones that are keeping our cameraman company. Yeah, they have quite the bird's eye view. Keeping watch on the cricket and keeping watch on the young ones at the same time. So the end of 18, 68 for 4. 12 deliveries in the innings. Beg your pardon.
It's going to be Jordan Mohammed to finish things off. 3 overs for 12. It's not more bad whatsoever. Down the ground, he's hit that straight and it's gone. One bounce into the boundary for 4. Let's have a look at it again. Mohammed usually quite slow through the air, and Madri doing the right thing, using his feet, and one bounce, in fact 2 or 3 bounces into the boundary for 4. Ball seems to go on under the side screen, and that might take some getting back. So we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back with more. So gonna paddle this run around the corner. Sundar, the keeper, gives chase. Arish Singh as well.
Yeah, Madri was eager to get 2 there.
Just ending up with a single, no signal from umpire Man Singh, which means it was bat. A lot of air on this one again, muscle down the ground from Aaron Bassant, and they're gonna go back for 2, and they get there comfortably in the end.
Yeah, that's good running from the pair, because he hit it wide enough of that long on fielder, and he realized that there was 2 on offer with the fielder having to come around, and he pushed really hard. There's that old saying, run the first one hard, and then you take 1 for the throw.
I think up in the air, high in the air, the fielder from long off comes in, settles underneath it, and he's dropped it. Another chance for Aaron Bassant, and another catch put down. Just not getting the connection that he would have liked, and it went straight up in the air. That fielder down at long off came in, and came in too heavy. Might just have been Ramguli. It's straight back to Jordan Mohammed, and he's put it down again. A lot of drop catches in this innings. Basan 35, Madri 25. This partnership has been really good for Vishnu Boys. It's been a bit slow, but they came in at a time where this one high in the air. The fielder comes around and pulls it in. I think he could have done a lot better there in terms of getting that catch, but it's going to be 2 runs to finish the over. So at the end of over number 19, Vishnu Boys in the fight back are 79 for 4, and I think if they could get to 90, might just help them a bit.
Yeah, I was saying with 3 overs to go, they were just about 58. I said that probably they need to get, with 18 deliveries, probably about 30, 35, 40, and get in between that 90 to 100 run mark. Those middling totals that we spoke about earlier in the innings, that can be tricky when you're chasing a subpar total.
think they've got to try to get probably 15 runs in this over. It's going to be Kadir Juman, I believe, is going to come in to bowl the final over. He's bowled 2 overs so far. It's not been bad, just 9 runs. I'm surprised to see Sugral take him off and bring Ram Guli on in the last over.
Head coach Richard Kelly Sr. just having a couple of discussions with his young charges, probably just some tactical advice on the last over. He himself may be wondering why the last over was bowled by Juman.
So it looks like it's not going to be Juman bowling. It looks like Kolai is going to take over. Akshay Kolai.
Yeah, I think Mr. Kelly being down on the boundary line had a little bit of influence in the decision, because he saw the captain run all the way down to the boundary line to talk to his coach.
It's not often you see a bowler come in to bowl his first over in the last over of a T20 game. It's a bit more common in T10 cricket where there's specialist death bowlers, but
Yeah, so the hold up just because they had 6 fielders outside of the circle. There was the the third man and a fine leg, and then 3 at square leg, mid wicket and mid on with the long on and long off. They've adjusted it now, so the third man will stay. Square leg has been moved into the circle. The fine leg has been moved into the circle.
good start from Kolai.
Yeah, so outside of the circle will be the third man, the sweeper on the offside, a deep extra cover, long off, long on, and a deep mid wicket. Head firmly down to that long off fielder, so just one. Good start here from Kolai. The dot ball and just the single conceded.
In the air, and it's gone a long way over the boundary now for 6. A big hit from Iran Basant.
Yeah, just really in his arc, just opening that hip and swiveling as he played that one well over mid wicket into the bleachers. In fact, that's a good strong hit from the young lad. Basant has carried his strike rate into the 90s now.
It's been a toiling innings for him.
Yeah, he soldiered on and most definitely saw the loss of all those wickets at the top.
In the air again, straight to Fonillier, and he's not going to put that down. So Akshay Kolai gets a wicket, and Basant goes for a well played 43.
Yeah, this time in his arc again, but just I guess the angle, a bit of the angle across him, meaning that it's skewed off the bat rather than coming flush out the middle, and a good safe pair of hands down on the long off boundary. So Basant with really an anchoring innings, because had it not been for his innings, Vishnu probably would have been bowled out before the 15th over.
That is true. He did get a couple of chances to struck 2 or 3 times. But be that as it may, he carried on.
He can't control those things. That's outside of his control as the batter. But a good innings nonetheless, chances or not. 43 from 49 in the context of the game. And he'll have his part to play in the field as well. So 2 deliveries in their innings. Can they get a couple of boundaries here? Maybe 2 sixes and get close to that 100-run mark. A lot of moving to and fro in the outfield. A deep extra cover and long off, long on, deep mid-wicket. The 4 fielders out in front of the bat. The third man, the 1 fielder out behind the bat.
Slower delivery from Kulai.
Yeah, he outfoxed him there. And you're seeing it's not often that a player
Full toss, straight down the ground. Foria does the field and they're going to come back for 2 and they're going to get there easily in the end. In fact, there's an over the run, they're going to get 3. So good running to finish the innings, and just as I thought, they find a way to get to 89. So Hillview College are going to have to chase 90 for victory.
Yeah, and as you said, it's not often that you see a bowler get his first over in the last over. And I guess on the evidence of that solid save and apart, the 6 runs, and then of course the overthrows, which the bowler can't control, really the overthrows. A good solid over, because he did pick up the wicket of the well-set Basant in the over as well. So a toiling innings, not just from Basant, but Vishnu Boys on a whole, because they were in a hole at 19 for 4 early up inside the power play. In fact, just outside of the power play, when Foria was wreaking havoc and ripping through that top order to get to 90 runs to 89 is a great effort by them. Of course, it is a T20 encounter, so we have about a 15-minute break. When we get back, the run chase, Hillview College will need those 90 runs for a place in the Power Gen, the Secondary Schools Cricket League INTERCOL semi-final. We'll take a short break and we'll rejoin you in about 15 minutes time.
Welcome back here to the National Cricket Centre for action between Vishnu Boys and Hillview College in the quarter-final round of the Foria SSCL INTERCOL. Sanjay Sugral and Joseph Mendoza to start things off here, and Andrew Rambaran is going to run to bowl the first delivery, a drifting delivery outside the off stump. Chasing 91 for victory. I think Rambaran is going to have to lead his troops by example here. See a lot of drift on offer early on as they scamper through for a quick single. And Sugral's off and running. I think Rambaran is going to be quite dangerous to Mendoza. The way that ball is drifting in. Gets not much movement away from the bat in terms of turn, but drifts the ball quite a lot. Varies his pace extremely well. Very smart bowler. He's played all age group levels for Trinidad and Tobago several times. Gonna go quicker this time. Not too wide. Down the leg side. Brilliant delivery from Rambaran, and he's trapped Mendoza on the back foot. A brilliant delivery, just as I was saying. He's going to get that ball to drift sharply back into the pads of Mendoza. And let's have a look at it again. Drifting all the way in. Bit of extra pace on it. And Mendoza trapped on the crease. And Rambaran gets things going early here for Vishnu Boys College. It's going to be the wicket keeper, Ethan Ram Sundar. Walks out to bat at number 3. A dream start for Rambaran and Vishnu here. Interestingly enough, Andrew Rambaran used to attend Hillview College. He made the switch over to Vishnu Boys just last year. And so got a personal battle against this Hillview College outfit. Good delivery again. Exact. In fact, it's gone down the leg side, and no bat on it, so it's going to be 5. It's a poor delivery in the end from Rambaran. It's drifting too much, and they can't afford to give away easy runs like this. Rambaran himself would know that. Needs to get that ball starting outside the off stump. Good delivery from Rambaran. Appeal for LBW. Not out, says umpire Nan Singh. Have a look at this one again. Yeah, there's too much movement going down the leg stump. A poor bit of fielding from the fielder at short cover, and Ram Sundar gets through for a single. 8 for 1 now. Final delivery of the over. Rambaran to Sugal, both good friends. So I want to get Sugal out early here though. Looking at cut and missing out. So at the end of the first over, couple of wides in it from Rambaran, but not bad in the end. Picks up a wicket. So at the end of one, it's 8. Ishmael Ali to take over. He starts off with a wide as well. Good delivery outside the off stump. I'd like to welcome back fellow commentator Jared Basu. Good delivery again from Ali. Driven straight to Rambaran at point.
Hello everyone, hello Liam. And I was having a little chuckle when the first wicket went down, because you did say that Vishnu is in with a fight here.
This time just dropping a centimetre short of Ali, not able to completely retain catch. Sundar under a bit of pressure here, 1 of 7. 5 dot deliveries in the over from Ishmael Ali. Getting inside the line now and turning it to the fielder at square leg, who fires a throw into the keeper. So at the end of 2, Hillview College are 10 for 1.
And at 5 runs to the over, they should comfortably win this one, Hillview College. But we've said even throughout the first innings, runs on the board are runs on the board. And the fall of that early wicket puts a different spin on things. Of course, 91 the target for Hillview College for a place in the semi-finals of the Intercol.
It's going to be skipper Rambaran again from the northern end. Driven nicely through the covers from Ram Sundar. Gives chase at cover, but is not able to cut it off. Goes for 4.
Yeah, nice looking shot. Just bringing the front foot forward, keeping low, and just covering any possible spin or drift, and playing all along the carpet. 4 welcome runs for Hillview College. And that will ease some of the nerves, that boundary. Rambaran, on the other hand, he doesn't want to be over pitching or dropping too short. He's got to find his spot and find it really quickly.
Good delivery from Rambaran, and umpire Nansing says not out. That one looked pretty close though. Take a look at it again.
Yeah, probably just drifting with the arm down the leg side.
This one played straight back to him.
And there you go. That's his spot. That's where he wants to be. You spoke about it a while ago. That drift into the batter. And you drift like he does. You want to get it as full as possible. On the fuller side.
In the air and straight down the ground. Beats the fielder at mid-on and runs into the boundary for 4.
And just like that, he drops it just a tad shorter and allows the batter just to bring the arms through and hit over the mid-wicket region.
I spoke to Andrew earlier on and he said that his idol is Nikal Jalim. So I don't think Nikal will be too happy looking at Ram Bull here. He's got a couple of wides. One down the leg side, that went for 4. He's been hit through the covers for 4. He's been hit over mid-on now for 4 as well.
Yeah, so even though he's picked up the wicket, he's been a bit inconsistent in terms of those lines and lengths, as you said. I think Nikal Jalim might hasten to tell him, pick another idol.
It's just maybe not his day so far. Ambaran got our first ball duck. You know how talented of a player he is.
Yeah. And so much of being an athlete across many sports is all about rhythm and the feel on the day. More so in cricket, I think. As a batter, you just feel right and you get the ball off the middle of your bat immediately. As a bowler, your run-up just feels right. All mechanics in place and you just hit that spot.
I think sometimes as a bowler myself, I think there's days that you have a training session the day before and you feel like everything is all good, rhythm is nice, and you show up to the game the next morning and can't seem to put a foot right, and that's just the nature of the game. So that's the end of over number 3. 8 of it in the end, and the Hillview College team going at 6 and over seem to be pretty comfortable so far. It's going to be Ishmael Ali to continue. Good first over.
And by no long stretch of the imagination, the equation is definitely not out of reach, and it's nothing to worry about. 73 from 102 balls. Should be easy sailing here for Hillview College.
I think the only way that Vishnu could really get into this game and put Hillview under some sort of pressure is by picking up wickets. Rambaran did get that wicket in the first over, so I think Ishmael Ali needs to try to pick up a couple of wickets here. I think Rambaran and Ali on paper are the best bowlers.
I mean, even though it's one of the shorter formats of the game, picking up wickets, it still means putting pressure. You still have to sometimes create the wicket. A couple of dot balls here and there, a couple of tight overs, and then you create the opportunity for a wicket.
Seems to be someone in front of the side screen.
So insofar as Rambaran has picked up the early wicket, he's leaked runs. Conversely, when you look at Fonia was taking up wickets, but he was not going for runs either. So the perfect combination.
So driven straight to Rambaran at cover for no run. Full toss from Ali. And hit down to Matthias Ramdula. They're gonna
So this is good from Ali. A couple of tight deliveries here. And this is exactly how you're going to progress your way to a wicket. But wickets will be the name of the game for the Vishnu Boys College. So they're going to fight their way to a possible victory. That one just inside that guideline. Yeah, good call by the umpire. Batter was moving around in the air, and there's no one back there. We're still inside the power play. It doesn't have enough to get down to the boundary, but they will pick up a couple of runs in the interim. But a nice looking shot to end the over. So after a couple of tight deliveries, they're just over pitching right in the arc of the batter and conceding a couple of runs. And, just the 3 runs in the alley over. So keeping it tight. And we spoke about it earlier in the piece, earlier in the innings, in the match, where you bat in partnerships, as we saw with Basant and Madrid, for example. And now you got a bowl in partnerships here if you're Vishnu Boys. Ali with a nice tight over. And now we'll want to follow it up.
Sekir Basant is going to take things over.
And he's going to replace his captain from that northern end. Starts with one just outside that off stump. And you can see immediately a different type of bowler to Rambaran. See that he wants to hit the deck and get the ball turning. And tracks this one down slightly. He's going to concede a couple of runs. In fact, he concedes 4. It was so well timed. A really well timed shot. It's back and driving it through wideish mid-on.
Cut away this time, and the field at point just goes straight through him. A single in the end.
This is the other aspect of Vishnu in defending this subpar total by many standards. They got to be switched on in the field. When the ball comes to you as a fielder, you got to be switched on all the time. The little misfields are not going to help the cause, especially considering that they have conceded some runs already in the first 4.5 overs. The run rate already just on and about a runner ball, and a runner ball is going to take Hillview to success quite quickly. So despite the boundary, a good tight over of sorts from Basant. Drags this one down, but too wide for Ramsundar to connect with it. And there you go, hitting the deck. And they're looking for purchase off of the surface. End of 5 overs, the Hillview College team are 26 for 1. Remember, their target is 91 for victory and a place in the Intercol semi-finals. 65 from 90, the equation now.
It's going to be Ishmael Ali.
So over the last few overs, of course, this is the last over in the power play, and a better power play for Hillview by a long way compared to that of Vishnu Boys. Just past that off stump, perilously close to being bowled. Well executed, a Yorker length delivery.
Just beating the outside edge as well. Cut straight to Holder at point.
Yeah, Vishnu losing a handful of wickets in that power play, in their power play when they batted. Again, so close to getting through. And this is good though from Ali. Just the dot balls, and this is where you create the pressure. Consecutive dot balls.
Driven back to Ali, another dot delivery, so that's 5 in a row now.
And the previous few overs, they gave away 1 or 2 bad balls in the over, in and around the dot balls. He's bowled a maiden, has Ali, and that's exactly what the Vishnu Boys camp would want. Maiden over to end the power play. At the end of the power play, 26 for 1.
Time to continue from the northern end. 65 required. Victory, 84 balls.
And you see, that's what that maiden over did. It changed the equation just ever so slightly. In the air, and no one will get there. Hitting as straight as possible, Ram Sundar.
Get to see Daniel Holder at the ball. Young national under 15 fast bowler.
Of course, this is a different tactic here from Vishnu Boys as opposed to Hillview College. Hillview College opening up their bowling with some seam. The seam bowling, the fast bowling of Foria doing the trick for them. Vishnu Boys going the direction of a spin through most of the power play.
Too wide this time from Basant.
And these are the type of games though that sometimes you go against the grain, and could have possibly opened up with his under 15 standout. May have just created the opportunity. So now that the ball has been retrieved, we're on the way again.
Another wide.
So a couple of wides after conceding that boundary.
Good delivery from Basant. Much better than the previous couple.
Yeah, so again, another over that just has undone a little bit of the hard work done by Ali at the other end. Conceding the boundary and just allowing the extra runs and deliveries. So nice ring of fielders on that offside. In the air. As easy as you like. Hands on header from the wicketkeeper tells the story, because I don't think there was an easier catch in the day. Even with the catches that went down in the first innings. This one was hit straight back to him, right in the breadbasket and right out of the breadbasket. And I just spoke about being sharp in the field. That includes the bowlers off their own bowling. Almost a bit like he was a bit too casual in attempting the catch.
It's going to be Ishmael Ali to continue from the southern end. 33 for 1 and 7. Good delivery to start his final over. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 5. It's been excellent so far. Quick single down to square leg. So that completes a brilliant spell bowling from Ishmael Ali, 4 overs for just 7 runs. Tight spell, didn't let up anything. It looks like a change from the northern end. In fact, yeah, it is a change. It's going to be Zachary Madry. 55 for 1 and 8. They require 56 of 72. Good start from Madry. Straight to the man at backward square, and Madry strikes. Suglal can't believe that he's gotten out to such a delivery. Short and just punching it straight to the fielder at square leg. So that is the fall of the second wicket for Hillview College. Zachary Madry strikes, and Hillview College are 35 for 2. So it's Rajiv Ramguli. He's in at number 4. delivery. Match has been tight in this first over, just the wide. The only run he conceded. Picked up the wicket of Sugral as well. So pressure building on Hillview College a bit here. I think this game is going to be a lot closer than people think. So another dot delivery to finish. One of the over at the end of over number 9 is 36 for 2. Going to be Nash on the 15 fast bowler, Daniel Holder, to take over from the southern end. Holder in for his first delivery. Just guided down to third man.
Yeah, that's you.
Good delivery from Holder, but too straight this time, and really well played from Ramguli. A bit too straight maybe from Holder, and Ramguli getting inside the line and working it down to a vacant fine leg region for 4. That might just take some of the pressure off Hillview a bit now. To a couple of tight overs. Good delivery outside the off stump. Another dot from Holder. Ismail Ali 4 overs for 7 runs. I think a lot of the pressure that has been put on to Hillview College has been put on by him. Fantastic opening spell. Good delivery from Holder. Squaring up Ramguli a bit. He's bowling well here, is young Daniel Holder.
So tight enough over here from Holder, and that delivery brings us to the halfway mark, and at the halfway mark 50 runs are still needed by Hillview College for victory. Remember, their target is 91, and at this 10 over mark, as you can see, the umpires and the support staff making their way out onto the field, so that signals the water break. A couple of the Fatima College support staff already here at the National Cricket Centre. Remember, the next game, the game after this, will be the Fatima College unit versus the Naparima unit. But for now, while the players avail themselves of some beverages along with the umpires, we'll do the same and we'll rejoin you in a few moments' time. Check, 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 check. Talking from it.
So that's the fall of the third wicket. Ronaldo Fornillier comes in. Madri picks up his second wicket. The wicket of Ethan Ramsundar. Well, this game is anybody's game for the taking. 41 for 3, they need 50 to win now. Good delivery again from Madri. Good delivery again, another dot delivery from Madri. Just one run conceded. He's bowled 11 deliveries so far, one to go in his second over. Score is 41 for 3 as Madri goes for Nilia and they get a single. So at the end of over number 11, Hillview College are 42 for 3. So it's Holder again. Good delivery and appeal for LBW, and the umpire says not out. Just swinging back into the right-handed Fornillier. They might have just been going down leg. Let's have a look at it again. Well, it looked pretty close, but the umpire has the final decision. And he's an appeal for caught behind, but not out, says umpire Morgan. I think the bat may have just hit the ground on the way through. So Holder making things happen here. Good delivery again, this one going away from Fornillier. He's struggling out there. Meanwhile, across at UB Spec, Trinidad and Tobago have raced to 490 for 5. Joshua Da Silva, the skipper's on 66. And Amir Django, 197 not out. In the air, straight out there to the sweeper fielder, so they get a single. Good bowling from Mulder. Yeah, as I mentioned, Django, 197 not out. Silva on 66, the skipper. Glad to see the captain back in the runs. 490 for 5, a mammoth total. Walking down on an edge, flies through, down to third man. Lakan sings out there and they're just going to get a single. another single to finish. So at the end of over number 12, the Hillview College are 45 for 3. They're in a lot of trouble here. Chasing a relatively small total, as we mentioned earlier, is never easy. They require 45 runs in 8 overs. Now the required run rate just approaching 6. A decent over from Marjorie there brings us to the end of over number 13. In fact, still a delivery to go. Single to finish the over. Zayden Lakansing into the attack now. 53 for 3. They require 58 in 42. The fielding there from number 17, Sushant Rupnarain. Took that catch at square leg earlier on. Good delivery again from Lakansing and good sharp work from Baliram behind the stumps. Another update from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force game. Amir Django's moved on now to 199. It's a single there for Ramguli. Oh, for Nili in fact. Ramguli is now on strike. The delivery is up in the air. And they got a single. Shit back down the ground. Lakansing put an arm out, but there was no catching that one, and they got a single again. Things happening for Vishnu Boys. This one looking extremely close. And Amir Django scored his double 100 across that UE spec. A proud moment for an excellent player. Just taking a look at the stream, Joshua Da Silva is celebrating more than Django. He's very happy for his teammates. Brilliant innings from Django. Special young player. And that brings us to the end of over number 14 here at the NCC. It's 57 for 3. Let's take a look at Zachary Siwa sitting down at Longhorn boundary. It's going to be around Basant to continue. 54 required of 56, Jared.
Wow. Who would have thought that 91 would be a heck of a chase, but so it is. We spoke about that though, Liam. We spoke about runs on the board or runs on the board. We started this innings by saying that as well. The fact that runs on the board are runs on the board. And it is up to Vishnu Boys to make a fight of it. Hillview College has to do nothing out of the ordinary other than just knock it around. It's just a bit of misfeeling there, allowing them the second, and that's not what you want. We're just talking about the pressure that they've created. When I was last on commentary, we mentioned that they needed to string together some dot balls, create the pressure, get the wicket.
Quick single this time.
Of course, the last I was on commentary had that maiden over from Ali. And then a couple of good overs subsequent to that. And Vishnu Boys have found a way to just create pressure through some nice, tidy, tight bowling.
Quick single again. I think this Foria and Ramguli partnership becomes just as important as that partnership between Zachary Madri and Iran Basant earlier on. I think if they're to win this game, cut away from Ramguli and well fielded from Ramdullah. Scamper through for a single. On the Liberty to go now, 62 for 3. 29 required of 31. It's getting closer and closer. Cut again. And they get a single to finish the over. So at the end of over number 15, Hillview College has 63 for 3.
And just about a runner ball needed. So the last 5 overs, the back end of this innings, as we see the Fatima College team in the house and having their meal, having their lunch before getting into their warm-up routines. You can see there young Kaiden Pollard, young Gomez. And that's the second encounter. As we remind you, this is quarter-final action in the Secondary Schools Cricket League, the Powergen Secondary Schools Cricket League Intercol. Quarter-final action between Hillview College and Vishnu Boys, to be followed by another quarter-final between Fatima College and Naparima College. All fighting for a spot in that final 4, the semi-finals in the air. We'll just trickle down to long on, just a single. So Vishnu Boys have made a fight of this, but for Hillview College, what they got to do, as you just mentioned, Liam, Ramguli and Fonia have to put on a partnership like Madria and Basant did. And they just got to take the game as deep as possible. Take those singles where necessary, turn them into twos where they can. Don't play any rash shots like this last one, chasing a wide one. So easily could have gotten an edge into the wicketkeeper's gloves or played it on with an inside edge. Just be patient, just like that. Gonna get the ball that you can just dab away, take a single. Singles are gonna get you there at this juncture. And the possibility of those bad balls that you get 2 or 3 boundaries just to clear the breathing space. But a possible final over finish we're in for here.
In the air again, but just falling into no man's land. They've been slightly unlucky in that regard, but they've put down a few catches. They've misfielded quite a lot along the ground as well. So I think Vishnu Boys are well, what have we got here? Very close encounter at the National Cricket Centre. 15 runs required, 17 deliveries. And the tail of the Vishnu Boys team up. It's all high in the air. Rambaran settles underneath it. Rambaran takes a catch. And well, it's all happening here. A good catch from Andrew Rambaran down at long off. And Daniel Holder gets the breakthrough. Pressure on. This one just went high in the air. Rambaran settled underneath it nicely. And 15 required, 16 deliveries. What's going to be important about this though, the fall of that wicket, is that a new batsman has to come in here. And I think what we've seen is that batsmen have not been scoring runs easily. I think the only way to score proficiently in this on this wicket has been when you get yourself set. And if not, it's going to be tough for a new batsman to come in. It's going to be Akshay Kolai. He's going to come in and try to get going from ball 1. 15 from 16 balls. It's just a runner ball. It's nothing hard. I think looking from an outside perspective, you would still think that Hillview College are in control, but momentum is a hell of a thing. And that wicket that Holder just picked up there could be the turning point in this game. This game has gotten very close very quickly. I think Hillview got off to a good start, but have not been able to carry on. And as I mentioned, I think, they're looking at the score, they're still on top of the game. There's no reason to panic. But with these young players in this situation, I'm not sure how they're going to react to it. Down the ground, Rambaran. And he's gone! Some brilliant work from Andrew Rambaran. And Akshay Kolai runs in and runs straight back out. A direct hit from Andrew Rambaran. Well. You can't do that. You can't run a quick single by Andrew Rambaran. I think it's a universal law. Around the entire world, regionally, in Trinidad and Tobago, in the US, you can't run by Andrew Rambaran. And throwing down the stumps, and all of a sudden it's 76 for 5. 2 dot balls, 2 wickets. Vishnu Boys fighting hard against the ropes here. Have the replay for you in just a second. Let's have a look at it, driving straight to Rambaran at mid-off. You can't do that. He's not even close. Daniel Holder didn't even get to turn around to see the stumps being thrown down. Andrew Rambaran threw that ball so quickly. So it is Sagar who's in now. Nathan Sagar, 76 for 5. And this momentum from Vishnu Boys could see something special here. You can see Rambaran running back now to long off with a big smile on his face. It's all happening here at the National Cricket Centre. 15 of 15 now. 5 wickets in hand. But Holders bowled really well, and I think what you have to understand is out of the 15 deliveries left, 9 of those deliveries are going to be bowled by Holder and Rambaran. Rambaran still has an over to go. Holder has 3 deliveries left. Plus, he might bowl the final over the way that he's been bowling. So, you could say that all 15 deliveries are going to be good deliveries. Yorker length delivery. Squeezing it down to Rambaran and long. And they just get a single. Good work from Rambaran out there. Good bowling from Holder as well. But a runner ball should do the job. Not sure what's happening here. 14 of 14. Left hand around the wicket is Holder. He's moving to Sagar. Good delivery! An appeal for caught behind, and the umpire says not out. It's all happening here. Yorker length delivery again. Squeeze to backward point and it's a dot delivery. So that's going to finish off the 18th over. 14 required, 12 deliveries. Rambaran has 6, Holder has 6. How does this game go? This is such an entertaining game of cricket. These low scoring games, you never really expect much of it, but they always show you that there's beauty in any scoring cricket. Andrew Rambaran 3 overs for 23. Not his best bowling by any stretch of the imagination, but he still managed to keep his team in the game. Bowling from Holder has been excellent. Ishmael Ali, I take you back to that spell with that new ball from the off spinner Ishmael Ali. 4 overs, 7 runs, 1 maiden in that as well. I think that always kept Vishnu Boys in the game, and it sets it up. Marjorie was excellent as well. Zachary Marjorie still, I believe, has an over to go. 3 overs, 2 for 10. Which leaves you to think, do you go with the experience of Rambaran? Well, they're going to go with Rambaran. Or do you go with, on the day Marjorie has been the better bowler? And I think, looking at this, Rambaran's going to try to bowl full and wide. He's gone with a deep third man. You don't usually see that from a left-hand orthodox spinner. But he's going to attack the wide line. And if that fielder was in the circle, Rambaran would have had a wicket. Getting the top edge. And it's just a single. Getting down to the wire here at the National Cricket Centre. The Power Gen Secondary Schools Cricket League Intercol quarter final. Too wide from Rambaran. You could hear him exhaling there. He was not happy with that. Well, it's getting close here. Can't afford those wide deliveries. Needs to execute Rambaran. Goes for a Yorker length delivery straight to short cover. Dot delivery. Dot delivery is like gold at this stage of the game. 12 from 10 now. Rambaran to Sagar. Misses out, but the keeper can't collect cleanly. Doesn't affect them though. Still no run. Good delivery, and they're going to rush through for a quick single. Chance of a run out! And, well, umpire Nansing says not out. But I'd love to see this again. That one looked very, very close. Well, it seems to be just in. So, with 1 delivery to go now in this. In fact, 2 deliveries to go. Full toss from Rambaran, hit straight down the ground, in the air, and the catch is taken. Rambaran strikes, for nearly it goes. Ishmael Ali, the fielder, out and long off. A full toss from Rambaran, and Ishmael Ali settled nicely underneath it and took a simple catch in the end. 11 from 7. Well, Vishnu Boys coming out of nowhere And fighting this game is going to be Arish Singh to enter the battlefield. One delivery from Rambaran to go. Singh is a left-handed batter. Cornelia, you've got to feel it for him. After that brilliant spell of bowling, 4 for 9 in his 4 overs. Came out fighting with the bat, scored a useful 21 for his team. But they're all under a lot of pressure. 2 brand new batsmen at the crease. 1 of 5 from Sagar. He's just come in to bat. And Arish Singh is about to face up for the first time. It's all happening here. There's no telling how this game is going to finish. I think 3 overs ago you would have thought that Vishnu Boys were out of it and Hillview College would have been coasting easily to victory. But now with just 11 to get in 7 deliveries, it's not going to be easy. Holder may as well bowl the last over. Rambaran still has the ball to go. How does he go? Good delivery. And just a single. So at the end of over number 19, 81 for 6, Hillview College. 10 to win in 6 deliveries. What an exciting game of cricket we've seen, and I promise the next game promises to be just as exciting, even more exciting, with the players that we have on show. Joshua Davis, Zachary Siwa, Jonathan Ramnarees, Young on the 15, fast bowling sensation Aryan Mohammed just picked up most wickets at the regional under 15 competition. He's back in action for Naps today. Single to start the over. In fact, they're going to go for 2. Chance of a run out and he's gone! The misfield from Andrew Rambaran turned out to work out perfectly fine for Vishnu Boys in the end. That brings Jordan Mohammed out there now. He's going to face up 82 for 7. Nine from 5, 3 wickets to get. Jordan Mohammed, the new batter, yet to face a ball. He's on strike. Down the leg side. The fine leg fielder can't stop it. And there's going to be 4 leg byes. Well, well, well.
Yes, I'm diving for.
Well, Holder's unhappy. Holder's asking why did the fielder down that long one let me dive. But I think the dive was necessary in the end, just unable to hone it in. But now 5 from 4. It's anybody's game. Not the best delivery though from Holder. Needed to be a bit more outside the off stump. Not delivery. They're gonna go. Holder throws and he's gone! Another wicket! It's all happening here at the National Cricket Centre. Brilliant bit of work from Baliram and Holder. And Sagar goes. It's going to be Tyler Ramrup now. Out there, Jordan Mohammed will keep the strike. 5 to get from 3 now. It's every ball is a every ball is an event there at this point in time in this Intercol quarter final. So we see Naparima College and Fatima College just starting to move towards the dressing rooms now. That game is set to kick off at 2 p.m. Here's Holder, 5 to get, 3 deliveries. Holder to Mohammed, misses! And if Hillview lose this game, they've got no one but themselves to blame. What a performance this has been from Daniel Holder, the young national and the 15 fast bowler coming back into the team after missing some time with them. And 10 runs to get. 5 runs to get from 2 deliveries. He's come in, bowled the death overs, and he's really done well. Five to get from 1 delivery. How they've done this is 5 to get from 1 delivery, or 4 to tie. Final delivery. All Holder needs to do is bowl, is not get hit for 4 or 6. Rambaran has decided to come up into the circle. They're gonna send just 3 fielders out, or 4 fielders now outside the circle. In fact 5. There's a fine leg, a very straight fine leg. Holder to Mohammed. Misses out and they've won it. Vishnu Boys have won it from out of nowhere. They've defended 90. They win by 4 runs. And they're into the semi-final of the Power Gen Secondary Schools Cricket League Intercol. A lot of celebrations out there now. What a performance this has been from Vishnu Boys. Ismail Ali 4 overs, none for 7. The pick up the bowlers for Vishnu, and I think Holder under pressure in the end really did well. Madre is going to be the judge, man of the match, with his 28 of 47 not out, and also came in with the ball. 3 overs, 2 for 10. Don't think they would have won this game without Zachary Madre, not at all. So that's all done and dusted here at the National Cricket Centre for Game 1 of the quarterfinals. Join us back in about 30 minutes time for for game 2 between Naparima College and Fatima College.
One.
Well, welcome back here to the National Cricket Centre for quarter-final action of the Secondary Schools Premier League Intercol competition. We're here to see Naparima College as they come up against Fatima College. Fatima won the toss and they're going to have a bat first. The opening batsmen are Isaiah Fernandez and Trinidad and Tobago under 19 skipper Joshua Davis. And it's going to be Aryan Mohammed to get things underway for Naparima College. Starts off with a wide delivery down the leg side. And the Fatima account is open. Johnson Ramner is the skipper of the Naparima College team. You could hear him chirping behind the stumps. Good delivery from Aryan Mohammed. And worked away nicely from Fernandez, and they pick up an easy 2 runs in the end. And Fernandez now is up and running.
Well enough. That's it.
Cut away and cut viciously from Isaiah Fernandez, and that's the first boundary of game number 2.
Raheem, keep talking to him.
And just short and wide from Mohammed. Not his usual mode of operation, usually quite full, but short and wide and cut nicely. Just sat up nicely for Fernandez. Easy for him to throw his hands wide and get an easy 4 through the offside. Now see a sweeper being put in play, and Rahul Gully is at fine leg.
Mr. No form up.
The leg side again from Aryan Mohammed. He's not started as well as he usually does. So just want to get it in and around that off stump. Maybe a little bit outside the off stump. He's getting some good movement back into the right-handed Davis. Spencer first over so far though. Full toss, and Davis pulls it into the leg side and it runs into the boundary for 4. Davis is off the mark with a boundary of his first delivery. see that he's trying to get the ball up, trying to pitch up, look for swing, and not pitching it where he would want. And that runs away into the boundary for 4. Not the start that Naparima College would have asked for. An expensive first over so far, and there's still 2 deliveries to go.
Yeah, drop out.
Now we're going to see a deep mid wicket in play. Three players to miss out for Naparima today. Jeremy Singh, he's on the bench. Avinash Bimol and Aryan Nanan. 3 players left out. Let's run through the playing 11 in just a second as Mohammed runs into bowl from the northern end, misses his run. You can just see that he's not. You can just see that he's not very. He's not in rhythm just yet. Young Aryan Mohammed. So we run through the playing 11. Naparima College captain Jonathan Ramnaris, Omanan Diopasad, Matthew Cooper, Aryan Mohammed, Raheem Nelson, Stefan Katwaru, Amrit Pittiman, Raul Gully, Aidan Gopal, Roberto Badri, and Ushan Gobin. And Mohammed missing his run again. Seems to be uncomfortable with something. Aryan Mohammed just coming back from Antigua with the national under 15 team. Did not play the first game and still came into the squad in the second game and ended up the tournament with the most wickets in the tournament, not just for Trinidad and Tobago but throughout the entire tournament. In the air from Josh Davis and a misfield out on the boundary. So they get 15 runs of the over thus far, 1 ball to go. And I would like to welcome Jared Basu as he introduces the Fatima playing 11.
Hello Liam, hello everyone. Quarter-final action, and of course this Fatima College team, basically a set 11. They've played with this 11, most of them since the last season.
Ballers!
Chance for a run out here, but they scamper through, so an expensive first over comes to an end after 1. Fatima 17 without loss.
Yeah, and that Fatima 11, as Liam mentioned, National Under 19 captain Joshua Davis is their captain. Niall Mengo, their wicketkeeper. National Under 17 player Zachary Siwa, National Under 19 player Isaiah Fernandez, was out in the middle. Adrian Mahias, who's opened the batting quite a lot throughout the season, and along with Kaiden Mack, Malik Lewis, Kaiden Pollard, and Javed Clark, Davis Guerra, and in fact Elijah Ashton. So that's the 11 for Fatima College. As we see some of the parents, as I suspected and I mentioned in the first game, you could expect these two schools steeped in history, sporting history. Many a national player have come from these two schools, both in football and cricket. And usually you get a crowd of parents and teachers who follow the team around.
I'm surprised that there's some crowd building around now compared to the first game. So a lot of Fatima supporters do. Don't never like to see that as an Naparima College pass student. Goody starts off with a dot delivery.
Conversely, as a Fatima College pass student, you grow accustomed to these things.
It's the battle between Liam and Basso here today.
And Liam has changed, because at the beginning of the day he told me he's going to back Fatima. I said, okay, I'll back Naparima. But he's changed, and seeing some of his old schoolmates, the nostalgia and the love again for his alma mater.
I would have played a lot of cricket over the years with a lot of these guys, Matthew Cooper, I think Jonathan Ramnaris and I would have played under 13 cricket together back in the day. All the way up until last year when I played for Naps. Raheem Nelson as well, another one of my friends, a good friend. It's Just hoping to see that they do well. Yorker from Gully and squeeze away from Fernandez.
You talk about playing cricket with some of these players. I would have played cricket with some of Fatima's coaches. That says a lot for the age difference between Liam and myself. Assistant coach Dwayne Bourne of Fatima College was our wicketkeeper when we played for Fatima. Late 90s, early 2000s.
Driven down the ground and good running between the wickets from Davis and Fernandez. Davis and Fernandez are two guys that, they're very close friends. They're very quick, good young cricketers. And I think their understanding of running between the wickets so far have been really impressive. I think a lot of the times in that first game we saw between Vishnu and Hillview that those balls hit out into deep was just a single and they were happy with it. Davis and Fernandez have been pushing the running between the wickets. They've been running twos. I think if I'm not mistaken, they ran 3 twos in the first over. Well, it shows that they're willing to get things going here. Davis 8 of 3 started off in a hurry. Full toss down the leg side. And they get a single. Should be a leg by. Signaled by the umpire. Yes, it is. Leg by.
I know you said down the leg side. Of course, umpire Arun only has one look at this. And yeah, even with our camera at an angle, you can see it was going down the leg side. So good call by umpire Simon Arun. And there's the evidence, though. Even with the ball ricocheting off the pad, they were still able to turn over the strike.
Cut away, cut nicely but well fielded from that man at point. It's not a bad over from Gully so far, just 2 runs off it. In fact, that's the end of the over. So at the end of 2, it's 19 without loss.
And I think when you think back through last year's Intercol tournament, I think Fatima College would have batted first on numerous occasions. Even in the finals that they eventually lost the presentation, they batted first quite a bit. And they were able to put up significant scores. I think there was one time where they did cross 180 in last year's tournament. So they fancy batting first and defending a target.
Going back to Ariel Mohammed, he starts with a wide again. And I think if you're a Naparima College supporter or Naparima College player, you know that once Ariel Mohammed gets it right, he's a very difficult bowler to face. He's a wicket taker. And I think Jonathan Ramley, it's just good to see that he's backing his fast bowlers after a bad over. He wants to bring him back and show him that he has that faith in him and he's showing that he's supporting him. Mohammed just needs to take a deep breath and just figure out what he wants to do. Some brilliant delivery, swinging back into Davis and another great bit of running between the wickets.
Yeah, that was initiated by Isaiah Fernandez. And he saw the opportunity with the wicketkeeper having to run around.
Just want to have a look at this delivery again. See that swing that Mohammed brings on offer. Going right back into Davis, getting an inside edge onto the pad.
Yeah, I think he's bowling from the right end as well, because it does aid generally, as this one is cut down to third, and a boundary here for Fatima College off the bat of Isaiah Fernandez.
Just taking a look at this again. Wide outside the off stump on a thick outside edge. And runs into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I was just mentioning, I think he is bowling from the right end, because that breeze generally blows from right of screen to left of screen, and sometimes from the northeast as well. So it it should aid him. I think it's created a bit of a problem for him in his first over, though. He missed his run a few times, so just taking some time, Mohammed, just to acclimate himself to conditions.
Yorker, good Yorker from Aryan Mohammed. Chance of a run out on appeal, but not out, says umpire Simon Aruna. Good bit of work from, looks like Pittyman. Let's have a look at this again. Getting in sharp and throwing, but Davis was definitely in.
Yeah, well in his crease. But again, you're seeing a lot of swing here from Mohammed. He just has to get one right.
I think what we're seeing as well is good running between the wickets once again from Fernandez and Davis. Full toss again, and Fernandez gets a hand to it this time. In fact, it's Mohammed gets a hand to it.
Cool. That's what they teach them up north. To the fence, to the fence. My bad.
Jonathan Ramnaris, you can hear him keeping his players in check. Another low full toss here, flicked away. Looking for two, there's a chance here now, but a weak throw. Isaiah Fernandez was keen on getting the second, his skipper wasn't. And probably a better throw from the deep may have had Fernandez in some trouble.
Here Jonathan Ramnaris telling the fielder down at deep mid wicket to just stay off a little.
Yeah, stronger throw, he may have been in some trouble, Fernandez. Yeah, Ramnaris has been quite active behind the stumps in terms of course he is the captain, yes, but keeping his players all on their toes.
Here's Mohammed into Fernandez, drives again, Yorker length delivery, chance of a run out again, but not picked up cleanly from the fielder at mid-off, and a good single to end over number 3. So at the end of 3, Fatima College in control here, 28 without loss.
Yeah, and I mentioned last year's tournament, and they scored multiple scores well in excess of 130, 140, and at this rate they will get to 180 because they're scoring at over a 9 to the over. And of course they do have quite some batting to come. There's still Niall Mengo, Zachary Siwa, young Caden Pollard, Caden Mack still to bat. So it's anyone's guess where they'll end up. Of course a score of 180 would make these chaps on the bleachers really happy. They'll back their school to win this one.
So now Gully to continue from the southern end. Good first over. Oh, good delivery from Gully. Beats everybody.
Yeah, it just seemed to keep a little bit low, that one as well.
Let's have a look at this again. Some demons are awakening in this pitch.
Yeah, it just seemed to shoot off as it pitched.
I think this is the same pitch that was used earlier between Vishnu and Hillview College, so you can just see maybe a bit of wear and tear.
Yeah,
I think used for 40 overs.
Yeah, I think that's just one of the bowler's footmarks as you look at it, those dark spots on that side of the wicket on the pitch.
Yorker length delivery.
Yeah, so it is the same pitch, and just the heavy roller was used in between the games. Of course, we had just about 45 minutes to an hour in between the games.
Gully's bowling well here.
There
Chance
again.
of a catch. Nope, just falling into space. They want 2, and they get 2 because of that weak throw again out there. So good running between the wickets again from Davis and Fernandez.
And that's something Ramnaris may want to think about, possibly just switching the fielder, not necessarily the fielding position, but switching it to someone who may have a stronger throwing arm. just to create that bit of pressure, to create that doubt in Davis and Fernandez's mind. Of course, in and around cricket, especially in the shorter formats, you always know that your best fielders are the ones patrolling the boundaries.
Pulled in the air and falls into no man's land and get a single. So a chance there for Isaiah Fernandez.
Yeah, luckily he didn't connect on it well enough, because had he connected a little bit better, it might have gone up higher and given that fielder at short mid wicket the chance to run in and catch it. But as you mentioned, Guli is bowling well here. He's mixed up his lengths quite nicely, going a tad fuller on occasions and just drawing it back a bit.
Full toss and put away by Joshua Davis. No ball signaled as well from the square leg umpire, so that's going to be 5 runs and a free hit for Davis.
Yeah, no doubt about this. This is an easy one for the umpire. It just seemed to slip out the hand, and they're playing it almost at shoulder height. So a free hit coming here for Joshua Davis. You see him there just confirming with the square leg umpire. And you can hear Simon Arun there just reminding them it is a free hit. No ball above the waist.
Goes for it, high in the air and all the way for 6. A mighty hit from Joshua Davis.
Well, almost as if he needed the invitation. He has a free swing and ball on a length, and Davis just playing through the line, pulling it over deep mid wicket, and carrying the score on, just borderlining on 50 now.
So one in the over as well. After a flying start from Fatima, I think Joshua Davis has been very happy with his effort so far, as well as his batting partner.
Yeah, contrasting innings from the two of them. Joshua Davis 20 from 9, Fernandez 17 from 15. And you mentioned the time they've spent together, their friendship. They definitely have dovetailed well off of each other.
Flicked away, a wide ball signal from the umpire. No contact on it. I think Guli started off well. He's straight a bit. He's 1 for 15 in the over so far. 1 delivery to go.
Yeah, I think the onslaught from Davis in particular has just created a bit of doubt in the mind of the bowler, and he started to go searching. And you know that as a bowler, sometimes when you forget to stick to your guns and stick to the simplicity of putting the ball on the right length, you go searching, and that's when you lose the plot.
High in the air. Feel that cover, gets underneath it, and he puts it down. And Davis gets 2. Put down, it looks like. Have a look at this again. Looks like. Katwaru?
Yeah, and he just never seemed to be settled under the ball. He was always still moving when the ball got to him, despite having the hands high, attempting to take the catch above his head.
Let's have a look at this again. It was a good length delivery though from Guli, getting Davis to play a shot like that. And it was Katwaru in the end who just was always protruding him.
Yeah, never balanced, was he? He was never balanced. Always on the move. Couple of the Naparima support staff.
So like it's going to be Ushan Gobin.
So a life of
In fact, it's
sorts.
Aryan Mohammed again, I believe.
So a life of sorts for both of these opening batters for Fatima. Isaiah Fernandez popping one up into the square leg region, no one around, and then Joshua Davis surviving off of a drop catch.
Full toss again through the third man region, and Aidan Gopal gives chase, but he's not going to be able to catch that one. And it runs into the boundary for 4.
And the onslaught continues. Of course, it's being aided and abetted by some wayward bowling from the Naparima bowlers. Mohammed, in particular, taking a bit of tap here.
I think I could see what Mohammed wants to do. You could see the plan that he has in place, but he's just not been executing today. He's been the go-to man for Naparima College. It's just maybe not his day today. Full toss again, another full toss. And flick down to deep mid-wicket. Fernandez turns and they get 2 easily. And they want 3, but Davis says no.
Fernandez wants 3. His captain didn't.
That brings up the 50 partnership though between these two. A brilliant partnership, 51 of 27 deliveries. And you know, I think a lot of the batting is going to come from Davis, Fernandez, and then obviously there's Zachary Siwa, and obviously Keelan Mack and Niall Mingo. I think that's where the bulk of your batting is going to come from. So I think, you know, you're off to a good start. At least a nice platform for the likes of Siwa and Mingo to come out and do what they do best. Mingo is more of a touch player, where Siwa is going to take you to all parts of the ground if he gets going.
Yeah. And as you're mentioning Mohammed, I think the last couple of deliveries he's gotten it a better. He's gotten it right. He's looking for those deliveries he had in his last over, the in-swinging ball at the toes of the batter.
Oh,
there you go.
Them. That's the one he was looking for. And Fernandez getting carried away. And Isaiah Fernandez is bowled. What a delivery that was from Aryan Mohammed. A searing Yorker into the leg stump. Let's have a look at this again.
Just as I was talking about it, Liam, this is the delivery. You can't get better than that. And Isaiah Fernandez looking to play across the line and losing his leg pole. But a brilliant delivery from young Mohammed. Definitely deserves another look.
Let's have a look at it again. He's one of those players that I've been really impressed with this year, Aryan Mohammed. Just into the leg stump. I think Fernandez made made the ball look a lot better than it actually was. Don't think it was unplayable. It was a good delivery, but I think that shot from Fernandez was really uncalled for. 51 without loss. They were at 4.3 overs. I don't think you could ask for a better start. And you don't want to give Naparima College a sniff.
Yeah.
Still a lot of bowling to come. Matthew Cooper, Amrit Pittyman, 2 overs to go for Gully as well, who's not bowled badly. Oshan Gobin is yet to bowl. But we've still got a lot of bowling of Vito Badri, the young under 15 national player.
Yeah, sometimes one wicket brings it 2 and 3 wickets, and the fall of the Isaiah Fernandez wicket will bring Adrian Mahis to the middle, and he spent most of his time above at the top of the order as Mahis. Generally would open the batting with Keelan Mack. So that's a 1 down today.
Driven nicely through the gap. What a shot that is to start for young Adrian Mahis, and it runs into the boundary for 4. Overpitched again from Aryan Mohammed and driven beautifully through that cover point region for 4.
Yeah, and this is the type of player that Mahis is. He's one of those classical type players that plays these type of shots. You won't always necessarily get that type of power that you might see from a Zachary Siwa or a Joshua Davis. But you play those classical shots and be really easy on the eye.
And appeal for LBW. And given, Aryan Mohammed has gotten another. What a delivery that was. Yorker length again. And Adrian Mahis goes. A contrasting over in the end for Harriet Mohammed.
Yeah, he seemed to struggle just a bit at the start of the over with his length more so. But as he got it right, it's a really tight one. But of course, the umpire is in a better position than I am. But he seemed to struggle at the start of the over, missing his length just by a fraction, a couple of full deliveries, and being punished for them. Now he's found that perfect line, perfect length, and has ended the over with the 2 wickets. So from 50 without loss, they're now 55 for 2. Fatima College after their first 5 overs. Zachary Siwa will walk out to the middle. Of course, he is their top run getter for the season.
He scored the most runs in the 50 over throughout the entire league. So I think with that confidence, because he was part of the Kingsbury Royals team along with myself in the Dream 11 Tobago T10 Blast, and had a quite decent series as well. So I think you take the confidence from that back into this cricket.
He started off that tournament really well. He didn't get off much with the bat, but I remember his first game, and he came into bowl at the back end of the innings, and he held the innings together. Was miserly. I think he took something like 2 for 30 odd or 2 for 20 odd.
I think in that first game you're talking about, he was 2 overs 1 for 12, which is really good in T10
Yeah,
cricket.
exactly. Yeah, indeed. You're absolutely correct. It was 1 for 12 in his first game. And that was against a team that scored over 100 in a T10. So going for 12 runs, he was good then.
Goody continues. This time whipped away from Davis into the leg side. No one's out there. No one's going to stop that. And Joshua Davis brings up another boundary. The skipper playing a vital innings here. I think this is the partnership that Naparima College need to try to break. I think these two are predominantly their best players.
Yeah, that's a well played shot by Davis, because it just seemed, and we were pointing it out at that end in particular, it just seems that the ball is just keeping a fraction low. Just based on how Davis played the shot, it just seemed to keep a little bit low on him. And he's good enough to get bat on ball and also pick the gap on the leg side. So he races along and continues to motor along at 26 from just 11 deliveries.
See a mid-wicket being put in place now. There's a mid-wicket and a sweeper. In the air and put down by Oshan Gobin. A tough effort, but a fantastic effort in the end. It's not an easy ask, and they get 2. Davis put down twice.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. And you and I, we spoke about that in the first game as well, where you want your fielders switched on. Of course, this was a more difficult catch than the last one, but you need those type of things to go your way sometimes.
Pushed into the offside, nicely played from Davis, but just a single. Dio Prasad was quick off the boundary this time.
Yeah, because Fatima College has been scoring above 9. They're now scoring at over 11. Even though they've lost the 2 wickets, they're still continuing to score rapidly. And the wicket of their skipper possibly may have just dug that opening for Naparima to just peg it back a bit.
I think this partnership is the one that's going to be very important. Zachary Siwa loves to score runs against Naparima College. I think last year played against them in Naparima grounds in the 50 over league, and he scored 97 not out. We played against them again in this very stage quarterfinals, and well, I got him out for 25, but I've never let him hear the end of that.
Yeah, he does happen to walk around with a chip on his shoulder sometimes, does Siwa.
It's Gully to bowl to Siwa. Good delivery.
And he's one of those that you know the talent, and you want to see them go into the next phase and go into the next level. Scoring runs here now at school level is one thing, and that's why it was so important for him to get that little stint with the Kings Bay Royals, so he got a feel now for senior level cricket, because he played against players.
In the air, and no ball signal, and hit over point into the boundary, and it goes for 4 now.
It's probably just losing the grip on the ball here again, and that's an easy call for the umpire. And similar to the one with Joshua Davis.
Siwa's off and running now though. Gets his first runs, and he's going to get a free hit.
And as I was mentioning, it was good that he got the opportunity to play against players like a Lindell Simmons, like a Nathan Stewart, to play against them and get that type of feel as to what it is to play against a seasoned international players.
It's Gully, free hit delivery. Siwa's going to look to go big here. In the air, straight down the ground, and 4 runs. It's gone from bad to worse for Naparima College here. Score moves on to 71 for 2 in just 5.5. This feels like we're back at the Bego T10 Blast.
Yeah, there were quite a few teams in the Dream 11 Bego T10 Blast that scored 70 odd in their first 5 overs. And went on to score 140 and 150 in their 10 overs. Possibly Fatima eyeing up a 200 here in their 20. And that's going to put a whole lot of pressure on the Naparima team. We spoke about that in the first game. Runs on the board are runs on the board. 91 was enough in the first game. 200 on the board is a whole different type of pressure when you're coming to chase. Having said that, Mumbai Indians chased down close to 200 this evening.
Cut away from Siwa, and it's going to be a single. So at the end of the power play, Fatima College had a healthy 12 runs and over, finished with 72 for 2. And Aryan Mohammed, 3 overs, 2 for 36, picked up wickets. Looks like he's going to come in and bowl his 4th. We've seen that twice now. We saw Ronaldo Fonilia and Tyler Ramrup earlier on for Hillview College bowl 8 overs on the trot. Seems like we're going to see that with Naparima as well.
As the signal comes from the umpire that the power play is over.
I think you've got to go with Mohammed again, though. He just picked up 2 wickets in that over.
Couple of the Naparima players there sitting on the bleachers.
Nuts. Nuts.
So at the end of the power play, 72 for 2, Fatima College after winning the toss and deciding to bat first. And I think this is why Joshua Davis decided to bat first. Traditionally, the National Cricket Centre has been batter friendly. And he is on a 29, Joshua Davis I'm referring to, 29 from 13. Zachary Siwa 9 from 4. Pick up the bowlers. Aaron Mohammed with a 2 for 36. He's going to bowl his final over here on the trot.
There you go, Patrick.
In fact, it's not going to be Mohammed.
No. Hold on.
First signs of spin here as we come to the end of the power play.
Go, Barry. Let me see what the 20-year-old can do. You hope I come about? What are you going to do? Go for plenty runs? Not very intimidating.
Yeah, just reminding him that he's aging here. Zachary Siwa. And he gets one back past the bowler. That's Roberto Badri, who is bowling now.
Bowling boy, bowling boy.
Of course, he carries a big name on his back, does Roberto. Name synonymous with spin bowling, Badri. Of course, we're referring to former #1 bowler in the world, Samuel Badri, World Cup winning player.
It's his uncle. It's, Uncle Sam.
Yeah, so we have a lineage on both sides of the fence because young Kain Pollard is in the Fatima College 11. And they're both so young and have so far to go in their careers. It's really exciting.
Both of them have relation to guys who would have won 2 World Cups for the West Indies, so a lot to learn from. Roberto's learning from his uncle. Caden's obviously learning from his dad.
Go Barry.
He's been steady to start with here. Just a couple of runs in the over so far.
It's been probably the best over that we've seen, other than maybe Gully's first over that just went for 1 run. Zachary Siwa 12 of 7. Davis 30 of 14, striking the ball as well as ever.
Yeah, strike rate over 200 already. And of course, that's what you expect in this format. And this format is all about scoring quickly.
Actually, round the wicket to Siwa.
Yeah, he has to affect you, Barry.
Love to hear a bit of chatter from Jonathan Ramnarees behind the subs. I think that's one of my things that I miss the most about playing for Naparima College, is hearing Jonathan Ramnarees behind the subs. Keeps you laughing all day. This time worked away down to deep square leg from Siwa for a single. So good over from Badri to start at the end of over number 7. Fatima College 77 for 2. And going to take a short break and we'll be right back. So I'm at Pettyman. It's going to take over from the southern end. 1 over piece left for Gully and Aaron Mohammed. Wide ball to start though from Pettyman. So you are on the back foot, works this one down to Oshan Gobin. That's a long off.
I want to take you back, Liam, to something you mentioned in the last over. You said that you miss hearing Ramnarees behind the sticks. as a bowler and as a player, what does that do? Whether for your psyche or your confidence or your knowledge of what you are doing, your strategy. How does that affect you? Because again, I obviously grew up in a different time from you, so I'm accustomed to hearing, for example, Ian Healy from Australia in the days of Brian Lara for the West Indies, and Ian Healy was really talkative behind the sticks.
Yeah, I think Ramner is one of those guys, and I think to answer your question, as a player on Johnny's team, you always feel that bit more confidence that the wicketkeeper has your back, and there's no point in the game where you're ever bored. There's no point where he's not cracking jokes behind the stump. So getting in the batsman's head somehow is really got to be one of my favorite teammates. I think we went to England together to play for the secondary school's national team back in 2019, and we had some good batting partnerships together as well, 2 or 3 50 partnerships in that competition. So he's just one of those guys that you don't want to ever play against him. You always want him on your team, and yeah, definitely happy for him to see him doing so well at this level. He scored a couple half centuries this season already for Naps, and he'll hope to score some more.
So a couple of quiet overs here after the early onslaught. Looking to reverse sweep is Davis. And he gets
Paddling it around the corner. Didn't get the connection that he might have wanted, but they get an easy 2. Just wait for the signal from umpire Simon Arun, and it's going to be run. So 2 for Davis to finish. He moves on to 33, and at the end of it, it's 83 for 2.
And two quiet overs by a long shot. Of course, their innings run rate well over 10, and that's 2 consecutive overs here now with a 5 and a 6 respectively. So Naparima doing a bit of a drawing back here of the Fatima College scoring rate. Of course, they still have 12 overs to bowl. And Fatima still have 12 overs to bat.
Extras.
And a huge target, a huge total is still on the cards. 2 of their more senior batters at the crease.
Badri, I can't see you. I can't see you out for the wall. The total control there, Badri.
Yeah, I think Liam, you and I can just put down the headphones and microphones and just let young Ramnaris take over from here.
See what goes. Ramnaris might want to claim that wicket for himself. He was in Siwa's air ever since he was out there, and Roberto Badri gets a breakthrough for Naparima College.
Oh, what a beauty. That's all I can say. What a beauty. Just right up under the bat. And on pitching, it just turned ever so slightly and took the top of a leg stump. But the length was the important thing with that delivery. Just getting it right up and under the bat of Zachary Siwa. And success here for Naparima College. And again, almost like we are accustomed to. You have a couple of quiet overs. After the team has been going at 10, 11, 12 runs to the over, you have a couple of quiet overs, 5, 6 runs. And immediately after that quiet period, you get a breakthrough.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a big win. Big breakthrough for Naparima College. Zachary Siwa, he's the top run scorer in the 50 over league. So scoring runs as well for Queen's Park. In Queen's Park 2, in fact, in Premiership 2.
Yeah, so the Zachary Siwa wicket will usher in Niall Mengo, national under 17. I think he's over 17 by now. Niall Mengo.
He's one of those wicket keepers in contention to make the under 19 team this year. He's got some dangerous competition with his Kyle Ramdu still around, Viran Bachu. Mingo himself.
And we were just talking about chatty wicket keepers, and funny enough, he's not that chatty during the game, but during practice and in the dressing room, because I asked his coach, I said, is Niall here? I didn't see him, he's so short. He said, you'll hear Niall's mouth before you see him.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, Roberto Badji causing a lot of problems here for this Fatima College team. Let's have a look at this again.
Yeah, just sneaking under the bat there.
Faster delivery, well bowled from young Badji, and gets a single.
Yeah, he's very impressive as a young Badri. He's bowled some fine lines and lengths and mixed his pace up really well. Kept the batters guessing. He's keeping the batters guessing.
There you go, Badri.
And of course, he's being G'd up by his captain.
You see, I gone so soft.
Another one right up under the bat. Looking for a single. It's not there. Mengo is halfway. They'll get it now with the errant through. But Mengo was halfway down by the time that throw came in.
Down, some too hot, son. Down left, just for the right.
Yeah, so fraught with a little bit of danger there. Niall Mengo, you see, off to the races and could have been in trouble.
Oh! Bro, and you have a national. You have a national helmet?
Jonathan Ravner is not going to stop talking here.
Yeah, and he's now putting a slip, and he's being aided and abetted by the slip as well. He has an accomplice behind the stumps in Matthew Cooper.
So that's the end of another good over from Badji. It's 85 for 3 at the end of 9.
Yeah, so just 2 runs, and importantly in that Badri over, the wicket of Zachary Siwa.
Leading edge again from Mingo. Gets a single. But he's not looking in full control right now.
Hammered Pitimon.
In the air from Davis.
This is a bit refreshing to see. You don't see many bowlers of his ilk in Amrit Pitimon.
What now comes to mind is Christopher Ramsar and his Ryan Bandu. Nick Ramlal. Ramrit Das as well. Good delivery from Fatima.
So the spinners doing the trick here for Naparima. They've pegged the run rate back. It's now back under 10. And they've picked up wickets along the way. Swept in the air for a time, but well away from that fielder coming around from long leg. Yeah, left arm wrist spin. As opposed to the left arm orthodox of some of our favorite players.
In the air and in the gap. In fact, over
all
the
the
ropes. And it goes for 6.
All the way.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, well picked up. It was just in his arc, actually. When you see it again, it was just in his arc. He just really had to open the hip. And just bring the hands through. You get a chance to take a look at it as we come up on the 10 over mark. And at the 10 over mark, of course, is the drinks break. So while the umpires and the players avail themselves of some refreshments, so will we. And we'll rejoin you in about 5 minutes' time.
Battery to continue to mingle. Good delivery. Bounce and turn on off of him there.
What you can't say to do? Session. We can consolidate.
Strong sweep into fielder down at long. Even wicket in fact. Get a single.
Good boy. That's it. Oi, beautiful bowling. Catch! Oh! David,
Chance
three
of a
times,
catch.
boy. Hey.
A decent over from Roberto Badri, just 6 off it. Score moves on now to 102 for 3 at the end of 11. Davis approaching a half century, he's on 45. Now Mingo's on 7. And it's going to be Matthew Cooper. It was just a matter of time before we saw the big Matthew Cooper.
New bowler.
He's had a very straight long on. He's asking for that slip to stay in play. Move from Cooper. Good start, down to long off. Davis just punching it down to Raheem Nelson for a single. Couple of slow overs for Fatima College.
Yeah, but,
72 after 6.
yeah, but quick overs for Naparima. That's what you get when you have spinners in operation. In particular, Badri.
And Jonathan Ramner is unable to complete the catch. What an effort that was. Diving full stretch onto the pitch. Let's have a look at it again. Just a top edge onto the helmet. And Ramner is stirring his frame but can't get it.
Yeah, definitely an edge on that one.
I think they're going to have to take concussion protocol into play here because Mingo was hit on the side of his neck. So they're going to have to send the doctor out for the physio and water for the players. In fact, Mingo seems to be fine. So it's just going to carry on as usual. I guess the umpires would have asked them the concussion protocol questions. Quick single. Straight back down the ground.
Bowlers, Oshi! Bowlers, Oshi!
And a misfield from Ocean and Gobin, and they're going to get 2. What a delivery that was from Matthew Cooper, drawing Davis forward and then pushing him back a bit. Good delivery.
And extracting some significant turn.
Good delivery again. Cooper getting that ball to turn out there. So at the end of 12, Cooper off to a good start. Just 4 of his over. At the end of 12, it's 106 for 3.
Yeah, he seems to be extracting significant grip off the surface here now, Cooper. You mentioned it a little while ago, Liam, that the wear and tear on the surface. Just to bring you up to date on some of the scores around the 4-day championship, the CWI championship. Jamaica Scorpions are 37 for 3, replying to the Happy Eagles. Guyana scored 424. They were 90 odd for 5, 90 odd for 7, in fact. The West Indies Academy have been bowled out for 158. So they trail by 4 runs on first innings. The Volcanoes are 73 for 3.
Cut away nicely. Fielder at backward point gives chase and going to get 2.
542 for 9 declared, the Barbados Pride. The Hurricanes are 15 for 1. And the combined campuses and colleges are 46 for 1 after Trinidad and Tobago is a 591 for 7 declared.
Field for W. So it's not out, it's just going to be a single. Brings Davis into strike. Davis on 48 of just 26.
Just
28 in fact.
Just seem to be slipping down the leg side.
What a delivery that is. Bounce and turn from Young Badri. Beats everyone and they're going to get a single.
So Anderson Phillip continues to take wickets for Trinidad and Tobago. Taking the 1 wicket so far in the CCC innings.
Cut away again. Good running between the wickets again from Davis and Mingo as they pick up 2 more.
Now we're going to go then.
And a single to complete the over. So at the end of over number 13, Fatima College 113 for 3. After getting off to a flying start in the power play, 72 in the power play, they've been quieted down a bit by some good Naparima College bowling. Cooper 1 over for 4 so far. Battery's 4 overs just being completed for just 19 runs. Looks like it's going to be Pittyman again from the southern end. You have a look at some of the supporters.
Yeah, those are some of the Fatima College supporters, some of the parents and brothers and sisters of some of the players.
Fatima to bowl to Mingo now. An appeal for LBW. That one, umpire Arun says not out. Looked pretty close. We're just pitching outside leg. That looked pretty close to me. In the air, fielders out at deep mid wicket. And it's Roberto Badri. Davis gets a single and he moves to 49.
Dropping just short, sweep shot played in the air. So Joshua Davis continues on here. He's one shy of another half century to his name.
Mingo looking to paddle. Can't get the connection that he would like, and Ramner is quick to react as well. Entertaining cricket out there. Just slowed down quite significantly for the past few overs.
Now, of course, you get the feeling though that even though it's a quiet period,
Faster delivery, Mingo looking to pull out the paddle scoop again.
Yeah.
And they're going to chase. It's Aryan Mohammed out there, I believe.
you just get the feeling that even though it's slowed down a bit, that Fatima College are setting up for a go in the back end. It just seems, in particular, the captain, he's realized that a couple of wickets have gone down. The bowling is not as wayward as it was in the power play. And he's just playing the situation of the game.
Well swept from Mingo. Mohammed's out there at deep backward square and it's just one. Yeah, I think Davis has really played his role well. Got going early in the power play. Took apart the Naparima College bowlers and then slowed down when he realized that wickets were falling. 6 overs to go after this. He'll want to set up for a big score. And I think what they've done differently from Vishnu Boys and Hillview College earlier on is that the rotation of the strike has been really good. So they've not really allowed too many dot balls to build up. Flicking this one into the gap. 2 fielders converging and they're gonna stop it in the end. So that's 2 and that's 50 for the Fatima College skipper Joshua Davis. A really well played 50, a well timed innings, well crafted innings, and gets a 50.
And gets the applause of all his teammates, the supporters out on the bleachers.
There's 6 overs to go. You would have to assume that Cooper's going to bowl 3 of those. He's just bowled 1 over so far. He's been the only bowler that's been getting that extravagant amount of turn.
Hey.
Interesting field setting from Ramnaris and Cooper here. We're out of the power play and there's just 1 fielder out on the boundary.
Stop fine.
Just 8 fielders in the circle to Mingo.
Bowl.
Ramnaris wants a short fine, but Cooper wants a short third. So Cooper's got to stick to that outside the off stump line. He can't stray.
John, red. You good? Feel on my J. There you go, Coop. Where's he going? Coop, where's he trying to go? On.
Guided to pity man, short third man, and you get a single. I think Mingo needs to use his innovation a bit. There's 8 fielders on the offside, or 6 fielders on the offside, and a lot of free room on that leg side boundary. He needs to use his innovation a bit, try to access the leg side easier. Whether that be changes his stance or tries to sweep.
Well done, boys. That's a go. Good boy.
It's good bowling from Matthew Cooper.
Yo! One yet to come on.
One delivery to go, just one of the overs so far. Full toss from Cooper and driven down the ground from Davis for a single. So in fact they're going to try to go for 2 and they're going to get 2. Good running from Joshua Davis. On the end of 15, it's 123 for 3. In the air and just evading that field out point and goes for 4. Really shot really from Mingo. Thick outside edge and both fielders at point they are unable to cut it off. Good delivery from Pettyman this time. Nicely played from Mingo, showing a bit of touch and it's going to tease the fielder at short third man. Gully, he cuts it off and they get 2. I think at this stage Fatima with 4 overs to go after this, they need to try to get to 170. I think if they get to 170 they're in full control of this game. I don't think Naparima has what it takes to chase such a big total in 20 overs.
And that's after a long period where they looked like they could get to 200. Naparima's, they fought back well. Their spinners have really turned the screws on the Fatima College batting lineup.
Now looking at the field again for Mingo. Just 2 fielders or 3 fielders out on the boundary and all on the leg side. There's no one in the circle, which means Pettyman has to bowl wide outside the off stump, and Mingo continues to bat on his leg stump and leave that option open outside there. again, Davis cutting straight
One.
to the fielder out long off. They're going to get 2. Good running between the wickets. 55 Davis moves on to now. And 35 deliveries. 132 for 3. It's just a matter of time, you think, before Fatima launched the rocket.
Gentlemen.
And that brings us to the end of over number 16. 132 for 3. We're going to take a short break and we'll be right back. So we're back here after that strategic timeout. 4 overs to go. 132 for 3. I think it's about time that Fatima College launched a missile. There's once again just one fielder out on the boundary. And Mingo continues to try to hit the ball from outside off stump. I think he needs to move across. He's batting outside leg at this point in time. Not good thinking from Mingo. And Cooper bowls him. Well, the plan works for Matthew Cooper. Let's have a look at this delivery once more. Arm ball into the off stump, and the plan working perfectly for Matthew Cooper, trying to get Mingo to drag across, and bowls him in the end. So that's the fall of the 4th wicket. Fatima College 132 for 4.
You almost felt like that was the shot that was going to get Mengo out, because he's been attempting that shot repeatedly. And, his wicket will allow Caden Mack to come to the crease. But well bowled by Cooper, sticking to his guns, sticking to the plan.
I think Caden Mack was part of that Joshua Da Silva Academy that just recently returned. I think just yesterday or the day before, returned from Dubai. They played in the Jurut tournament. I think it's an under 16 tournament Mack would have played in. Scored 100 in one of the games, so he'll look to take that experience and bring it back now to the Fatima College team.
Usually at the top of the order, of course, that's a different format, 50 over format. But like Niall Mengo, he's more of a noodler and a touch player rather than that power you'll get from his skipper Joshua Davis or Zachary Siwa, or even young Caden Pollard, who does hit the ball quite a long way.
I think we're going to see Pollard next. I think he needs some of his power.
Yeah.
Seeing the young man hit the ball, he just seems to have a natural touch to hit the ball powerfully.
The two power players in this team are himself and Patrick Cuddle, because Patrick Cuddle hits the ball a mighty long way as well. Really unfortunate that it was a last minute change that Cuddle was out of the starting 11, allowing Elijah Ashton to come in.
We do hope that everything's okay with Patrick Cuddle. Another dot delivery. Cooper, this is a big over. 5 dot deliveries and a wicket.
Are we going to see a maiden?
A maiden over at this point in the game.
We saw in the first game we had a maiden over.
We had 2. We had one from Ishmael Ali, one from Tyler Ramrup in the first innings.
Yeah.
Are we going to see one from Matthew Cooper here? Yes, we are. In fact, they're going to...
No, we're not.
What's going on here? Chance of a run-out at the wicket-keeper's end, and I think Joshua Davis did not want the single because he wants strike for the next over. It's good thinking from Joshua Davis. So a dot delivery to finish at the end of over number 17. Fatima College 132 for 4.
Yeah, well, that's why I think what you just mentioned, Pollard probably should have gone in now rather than Caden Mack. Yes, Caden Mack has that experience of traveling with academy and so on, but you want at this stage someone who can hit the ball, and young Pollard and as we mentioned Cuddle, those are the two power players, the two finishers in this Fatima College team.
And I think you would want Pollard out there with Joshua Davis. You'd want Pollard to have the confidence that his skipper's on the other side. His skipper's going to be talking to him. So I think it might have been a wrong move to send Mack now. I agree with you with that. I think, especially when you're a power hitter, you want to know that you have the comfort of your skipper on the other end or somebody that's set. Davis is on 55 of 36 deliveries, so I think they're missing the trick a bit here.
Yeah, and he's already thinking of farming the strike. As you realize with that no single, you still have 18 deliveries. There's 3 overs to go. and he can't be farming the strike for 3 overs.
Looking for the single. And, well, he turned down the single at the last ball of the over. And then he gets a single very first ball to get back right back on track.
A little bit confusing, isn't it?
I think Mark needs to launch here. I think needs to at least try. It might not be his natural game, but it's what is required of him at this point in time.
Yeah, another one of those classical type players, Caden Mack.
Just drives nicely, but it's not doing anything for his team at the moment. He might look good driving, but
As I said he's a classical type player, and you look at that first deliveries faced in this over, and you can see just the ease at which he plays with. He gets this one past a quick single, gets it past the bowler, and Joshua Davis now in a hurry to get on strike.
yeah, he gets Davis back on strike and 3 deliveries to go in the over. Davis pulls straight to the man. It looks like Oman Deopasad, and he's put down an absolute sitter. And Davis gets his 3rd chance of the game.
Living a charmed life, is he?
Let's have a look at this catch one more time. A real sitter put down from Oman Deopasad.
It just seemed that he got himself in a slightly awkward position. More like the ball hit him than he caught the ball. But a 3rd lifer for the Fatima College captain.
Brings Mark back into strike. Slow delivery up in the air. Deopasad has a chance again and takes it this time.
Yeah, this one a little bit easier than the last because this one the trajectory was higher. It gave him enough time to settle under it, and he did settle under it nicely. Seemed to just swerve in the air a bit, but kept his balance well, completed the catch. And will we now see young Kaiden Pollard?
Don't think there's any other option at this point in time. I think he's the man for the job.
Yeah, because even again with power players like him who are quite inexperienced because he's still very young.
In fact, it's Malik Lewis.
That was the other option I was thinking about.
Yeah, I don't mind that actually. Malik Lewis. I would have sent Malik Lewis in front of Caden Mack. Malik Lewis has been scoring hundreds for Fatima College's team that's in the zone, in not zone. So I think it's a good option to have. Still would have liked to see Pollard out there a bit earlier though.
Not just that the name precedes him, but I think even with power players, and even just because it's Kaiden Pollard we're talking about, even if you look at his dad, sometimes he takes 2-3 balls just to get his eye in. And once his eye is in after 2-3 balls, then he can go. And you don't want a situation where Kaiden Pollard is coming in, for example, in the last over, and he has to go from ball one, especially considering that he is so young and
He's
so inexperienced even at this level.
Just about 13 or 14 years old. I think 13. It's very, very young. Lots to learn in the game of cricket still, but he's shown good. He's shown some good potential. So it's gonna be Matthew Cooper.
Cooper has bowled well today. Really just kept it simple, just like this delivery. Just put it on a length, allow the pitch to do the work. On the odd occasion, pitch it up a little further up under the bat. Nice floated delivery here, and ends up being a low full toss. And the errant throw will allow them to get back for another run. So in the grand scheme of things, that's not a bad thing for Fatima College. You have your skipper on strike. For Naparima, you don't want Joshua Davis on strike.
I think that 170 looking out of reach a bit now for Fatima. Davis gets back, waits on it, flighted delivery from Cooper, and he pulls straight down to long on, gets a single.
Yeah, for them to get to 170, they're going to have to go some here. Have to get a bag full of boundaries from here on out. 9 deliveries, about 5 of them definitely have to go the distance.
And he's bowled him behind his back. Malik Lewis is bowled, and Cooper gets another.
Yeah, I was just mentioning that he's kept it really simple, has Cooper, just really putting the ball on the deck and letting the deck do the work for him. And he's kept his pace also at that level where it's not too fast, it's not too slow, but it gives the ball the opportunity to spin or to deceive the batters. He's floated the deliveries nicely as well. So good going from Cooper. He picks up his second, just 10 runs from his 3.4 overs so far.
It's going to be Javid Clark, still no Pollard. It's going to be Javid Clark in at number 8 for Fatima College.
Yeah, so they definitely have fallen away here. Uh, 170, I think you can not think about that, but definitely think about 150. You have 8 deliveries to go. You've got to find a way to get those 12 runs, get over 150.
Good delivery again. Bounce and turn from Cooper. He's been excellent. He's been excellent for Naparima College. And one delivery to go in his spell now. 138 for 6. I think Naps have done really well to pull things back. Cut away straight to the fielder at backward point. Davis says no. So just 3 runs of Cooper's final over at the end of over number 19, 138 for 6. And that brings us to the end of a brilliant for Matthew Cooper spell. Just 10 runs in his 4 overs and 2 wickets. Looks like it's going to be Oshan Gobin again, is it? Seems to be. Finishes spell here.
Yeah, and to finish the innings.
1 over for 3 and a wicket. It's been good. Naps have really pulled back well here.
Yeah, from 70 odd in the power play, 72 in the power play, and they're now 138. So they scored 70 odd in the power play and then 70 odd in the subsequent 14 overs. The subsequent 13 overs, of course, there is the 1 over to go. So 60 odd. 66 in 13 overs.
You've got to give credit to Naparima College. Credit to Jonathan Ramner, he's the skipper. Davis wants 2. Should get there. Ryan Nelson's an excellent fielder though, and they get in and they're gonna get 2 in the end. Davis needs to launch the attack. 5 deliveries to go. I think if he hits 5 sixes, they get to that 170 that we spoke about.
Well, he does have the potential to do it. He is that caliber of player that he can do it. The other side of that coin, as you would know, will he get the deliveries to do it?
I think Oshan Gubin is a good young bowler. Don't think he's going to allow Davis. Davis down the wickets and straight down the throat of Nelson at long on. Nelson fumbles a bit and Davis gets 2. So, best case scenario for Josh Davis there. He's back on strike.
I was just about to tell you the caveat and all that we're talking about is the fact that even if he's not getting the bowling to hit the ball, he has to create, as you were talking about earlier with Niall Mengo, you have to be innovative and actually create the situation where you can hit the ball.
Yeah, using his feet well there. Might just do it again. Waits on it, down the ground again. Straight and 4. Joshua Davis is taking on Oshan Gobine.
And that was not necessarily a bad ball though, because he went for that Yorker length and probably just missed it by a smidgen. Did Gobin.
Went for the slower ball as well, and Davis did really well to wait on it. I think Nelson, who's, as I mentioned, a very good fielder, was unable to get to that one. Not even he is quick enough. Davis looking through the kitchen sink at this one and misses out.
Slower delivery again from Gobin. So he's outthinking the Fatima College captain here at the moment.
2 deliveries to go. I think best case, Davis gets them 10 runs, takes them to 156. And I think they have a good chance of defending that. They've got good bowling. Down the wicket again, high in the air. Nelson's underneath it, and he drops it.
A brilliant effort though.
And Davis gets 3. And Javid Clark is going to face the final delivery of this innings. Davis moves to 71.
Giving it his all. And it just seemed to have it in his hands and it just popped out as the elbows hit the ground.
So 1 delivery to go. Javid Clark is going to go at it.
I think the conversation is no matter what happens, we run on this ball. We run for everything. Get to that 150. That psychological figure, 150. And I'm wondering now what the conversation was. Of course, a brilliant delivery though to end from Gobin.
But I think looking at what I've just seen from Joshua Davis, he went to the other side to knock in the pitch. I think he thought there was another over to go, and that's why he told Javid Clark to just play out this delivery. So just a lack of communication, really, lack of information from Davis. But he'll end the innings unbeaten on 71, and Fatima College will finish 149 for 6 in their 20 overs.
Yeah, so an innings basically of 2 halves, if you will. The power play definitely belonging to Fatima College with 70 odd, as we mentioned, 72 in that power play. Lost a couple of wickets, but really just went hell for leather, as they say, in that power play. And then once the power play was over and the spinners were introduced for Naparima College, they just seemed to peg it back and pick wickets regularly. Successive dot balls, a maiden over in the mix, and you can see that they even got some spin off of the surface, wear and tear obviously from the earlier game. So at the end though, Fatima College have put up a score, and we said that in the first game, runs on the board are runs on the board. So we will see in about 15 minutes time when the run chase gets going. Can Fatima College defend 149, or can Naparima College score 150? The Secondary Schools Cricket League Intercol quarterfinal.
So we're back here at the National Cricket Centre, Naparima College, after a wonderful fight back to restrict Fatima to 150. In fact, 149. They chase 150 to win. Eden Gopal is out there with Stefan Katwaru. And Mac to start things off. Gopal on the front foot looking to drive and just pushing it in. Fielder at head off and there's no run.
Yeah, and at 150, it didn't seem like the score that they would get. It seemed for a long time that they would get up to 200 Fatima College. Good full delivery here from Mac and a chance of a run out. And just a polite question from Niall Mengo to the umpire at the square leg. Looking for that Yorker early. Kid Mac. And yeah, just in the nick of time. So creating some chance here.
Good running between the wickets too. I think Gopal understands his role is just to stick around, rotate the strike. He's not a big hitter by any means, but he's good at rotating the strike. He's got 100 runs to his name this year. Katwaru is one of those exciting players. I really thought that he would have had a lot better of a season, seeing the way that he progressed last year when I was still at Naps. So I think he's a really talented young player, a lot of natural ability, but he's just not been able to carry on. I'm hoping that he gets going here and gets himself a big score, gets Naps a win. Gets full toss flicked away.
Give us a note to the camera. Hey, boy.
Nice looking delivery there from Akid Mack. Just on a good length, a good line. Keeping the batters honest. So quiet start is just the first over in the run chase. Quiet by the comparison of how Fatima College started their innings. But 20 overs can be a long time. Wide called by the umpire.
I think Fatima's first over, I think they scored 17.
Yeah, they were aided and abetted a bit by, as we mentioned earlier, some indifferent bowling from Naparima at that point in time. They were not particularly good, Naparima, during the power play, but past that point, from over 7 to 20, they were right on point with their bowling.
I think you're right. From the first over after the power play, they seem to get things. Mingo not happy with that effort from Zachary Siwa. Katwaru gets another double. I think running between the wickets again was what made Fatima so successful in those first 6 or 7 overs.
Yeah, and that's the extension of it. The fact that even though they got off to a brisk start with some lusty blows from Davis in particular, Fernandez was really just nudging around and looking for twos. But that's the other element. They were turning ones into twos and running really hard between the wickets. And subsequent to the power play, after the 7th over, even with good bowling from Naparima, they were not running as quickly between the wickets and turning the singles into twos or the twos into threes. And I recall you pointing it out, Liam, when Niall Mengo was on strike. There were 3 fielders on the leg side. and all on the boundary. I think a backward square leg, a deep mid wicket, and a long on, and there was no one on the leg side in the 30-yard circle. And Niall Mengo, yes, the plan was to bowl to him on the offside, but he did not make any adjustment to even try to get the ball onto the leg side, even just for a single, to get Joshua Davis on strike.
Yeah, I think it was a lack of thinking maybe from Niall Mengo. He's not short on ability, I think we all know that. You see Zachary Sewer's parents in their usual spot. Hooked away nicely from Stefan Katwaru. They're going to get 2.
Mengo himself having to do the chasing there. Wide open spaces on that leg side. Just 2 fielders on that leg side, in fact. A mid-on and a mid-wicket. So no one behind square on the leg side. Slow delivery from Mahis. So slow even that it died out and almost rolled it to Niall Mengo behind the sticks. Because there is a slip in play. That is a young Kaiden Pollard at the first slip. So comparatively to what we saw in particular the first game with Fonia generating heaps of pace, lightning quick pace at this level, Mahis and Mac just what you would term a gentle medium pace.
I think what Mahis does well is that he gets the ball to move around away from the right-handed batsman, gets it to move. As he rightfully said, he's not the quickest around, neither is Kieran Mack.
You can see even in this first over of his, Mahis, he does possess a couple of variations as well. Like this one, just the fingers down the side of the ball. And on a wearing surface like this, of course, this is the 4th innings on the day on this surface. Pace off the ball is not necessarily a bad ploy. And again, the Naparima bowling innings was really about pace off the ball because their spinners did the bulk of the work. You can see just a lack of pace there, both out of the hand of the bowler and then off the surface, and Katwaru no timing whatsoever. Now that will bring us to the end of the second over. Just 2 runs from the Mahis over, and it's a 9 without loss.
I'm going to look at some of the fans around.
Of course, all these wonderful shots are brought to you compliments our cameraman, the great Gordo.
Taking a look at the original 4-day cricket around. Terence Hines has come to the party for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 15. He's gotten rid of Kamil Puran for 40. And Henry's now gone as well for 12. The CCC are 76 for 3.
Kid Mack will continue here at the National Cricket Centre, and again a pace off the ball, almost sneaking under the batter of Agopal. That leaves me a bit disappointed knowing that Kamil Puran is out. I was really looking forward because I looked at the surface yesterday at Uwe. And I thought to myself, looking at Jason Mohammed in particular, how he was batting, I said to myself, Kamil Puran is going to be a terror on this type of surface.
We got off to a flying start, got to 40 in pretty much no time, 54 deliveries, which is slow by Kamil Puran standards. But he was dismissed by Terrence, and Shamar Brooks is out there now with Richards.
And Shamar Brooks, the captain of that combined campuses and colleges team, he will have to do quite the bit of batting. We know of his caliber and how classy he is, Shamar Brooks.
Ball having a drive, missing out this time.
Similar to his opposite number, Joshua De Silva. He did tell me yesterday at the toss as well too that he's not as consistent as he wants to be. And seeing that Joshua De Silva told me that at the toss and then went on to score 60 odd today, I think maybe
75.
79
in fact.
Yeah, 79. And maybe Shamar Brooks will follow in his footsteps.
Ball having a drive again, and Mark just beating him outside the off stump. I like the look of Gopal. He's a good young player. I'd love to get some runs in the big stage for Naparima College. This is where it all matters.
Yeah, he just seems, Gopal, to be just a little bit uncertain here.
A lot of chatter from Mingo behind the stumps. Driven nicely from Gopal, but no power on it really, and it's just going to be a single.
Yeah, taking all the pace off the ball, Keaton Mack and Adrian Mahis.
Another bowler who takes a lot of pace off the ball that we're going to see later on is Zachary Siwa.
Yeah, a bag full of tricks, young Siwa.
Siwa struggling to pick that one up cleanly, and Katwaru gets a single. So at the end of 3, Naparima College scoring slowly at 11 without loss.
While we're here at the National Cricket Centre in Kuva for the Powergen Secondary Schools Cricket Intercol quarterfinals. Good stop there. By young Davis Guerra. Of course, we keep you updated on all the cricket happenings around the region. While the combined campuses and colleges in a spot of bother, 78 for 4 now. Still trailing by more than 500 runs on the first innings.
Good to see Shannon Gabriel in the wickets as well. Back into the Red Force side.
Yeah,
Ever experienced Shannon Gabriel.
Yeah, he's allowed that opportunity mainly because Jaden Seals has gone off to finally take up his stint at Sussex in county cricket.
Driven from Gopal. Can't beat the field at mid-off, and it's just a single.
Yeah, so the Jamaica Scorpions have moved on to 92 for 5. Of course, remember the Harpy Eagles, the Ghana Harpy Eagles scored a 424 in their first innings. The Academy would have scored 158 in reply to the Windward Islands Volcanoes 162. The Windward Islands Volcanoes in their second innings are 132 for 3. So they have a lead in that one of 136. And the table leaders at this point in time, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, are 72 for 1. Barbados Pride declaring on 5:42 for 9.
Looking around at secondary schools cricket, the champions Presentation College are going to have a bit of trouble.
Edged and will be well wide of Kaiden Pollard at first slip, down to third, and they'll pick up a couple of runs.
The defending champs Presentation College in a lot of trouble. Presentation Shogunas, that is, they bowled out Benedict's for 133 in reply at the end of 7.5. They're 53 for 5.
Ooh.
They've lost Jagisa, they've lost Joseph, they've lost Farizali, and they've lost Dylan Balkaran and Cristiano Ramnanan as well. So they're under a lot of pressure there in Greg Street.
Wide called here. This delivery from Adrian Mahis.
Yeah,
Probably just a tad bit harsh, I think. Seemed to just go over the line, but of course it belongs to the umpire.
I think that's the Fatima College student in you that's saying that he's being harsh there. I thought that was a wide.
That's a bowler in me that thinks that's not a wide. But of course, kudos to the umpires today, Simon Arun and his colleague. They've been consistent throughout, and they've called a good game, and they've held the game together and been in control of the game, not allowing the teams to take too much time in between deliveries and so on.
Good delivery from Mahis. Davis diving in the sand and unable to stop that one. It's going to be a single. So at the end of over number 4, Naparima College 19 without loss. And just as mentioned, looking at that Presentation College Shogunas game, 53 for 5 in 8 overs now. Ramon Sau is out there with Brandon Phillip. Not much batting left. Still Alex Chase maybe, and Tommy Walsh. Those guys aren't really recognized batters. So I think it'll be very interesting to see the St. Benedict's outfit knock the defending champs out. I think even Pressure Gunners would have made it to the semi-final stage last year. Presentation College San Fernando beat them. In fact, Fatima College beat them in the semi-final. And Zachary Siwa got Justin Jagasa out. It's going to be Mark to continue.
Yeah, so all to play for in the SSCL Intercol. The quarterfinals are well on the way. And, everyone is looking for a spot in that final 4. And then a subsequent spot in the grand finale. Of course, the semi-finals and finals to be played in next week.
Well played from Gopal. Chance of a run out and direct hit maybe, but Mingo getting in the way. Gopal drives and misses out again. I think he's driving with his head in the air. He needs to get to the pitch of the ball a bit more. He's just kind of flashing out there outside the off stump.
Yeah, this is probably about a half dozen times he's fished outside his off stump. 2 kid Mac.
Opens the face nicely down to third man.
And following the advice of Liam Amjan, getting nicely in line and getting as close to the pitch of the ball, allowing him to play that shot.
I think usually I'm not the one that you want to be taking batting advice from.
think I heard your dad once say we're guaranteed 20 runs from Liam when he bowls. Yeah, he always gives the pause, so he's not he's not finished with the statement.
Driven nicely, and the fielder mid-off misfields it, Javed Clark, and it runs into the boundary for 4. A loose bit of fielding from the Fatima College number 22, and goes for 4. See Jonathan Ramnery's Naparima College skipper on the boundary rope. We're going to run up with some water and some powerade. We lend the word to Katwaru and Gopal.
Yeah, not getting down low enough was Javed Clark.
Drives again. Misfielded by the skipper this time. Joshua Davis gets a hand to it though. And they're going to get 2 in the end.
Yeah, so just as a couple of things that changed the momentum in that first innings in the favour of Naparima, the good bowling of their spinners, Fatima College needs to be careful here that these misfields that are creeping into the fielding effort don't allow the momentum to shift from in their hands to the batting team's hands, especially in the shortest format of the game and the shorter formats of the game. The momentum changes so very quickly.
That is true.
So the aforementioned on a couple of occasions, Zachary Siwa gets his opportunity now. He'll get the last over of the power play. Generally, we will see that. He'll get that probably 1 over in the power play, just to the end of the power play. Probably bowl a couple of overs before the 10th. And then you'll see him predominantly at the back end of an innings.
17 and 19 or maybe 18 and 20. That's where he operates with the slower deliveries.
Yeah, in that Bago T10 Blast Season 2 that we spoke about earlier, he bowled predominantly 1 over somewhere in the middle, and then his last over somewhere 8, 9 or 10, which generally was the batting power play over 8 or 9. There were a couple of games he played where he bowled his 2 overs at the back end of the innings. Of course, a different format here. T20 is the format, so he has 24 deliveries, 4 overs to bowl. He is a wicket-taking bowler for this Fatima College team. He starts with one of those change-ups immediately. Again, even with Siwa going to a change-up, you can see Gopal just again just kind of fishing outside that off stump, not fully committing to the shots as he does here. This is a nice one, lifted over the head of the extra cover fielder. He'll pick up a couple, not the perfect timing that he would have liked.
It's a good shot though. Just trying to get that one over the infield. I think if you got a bit more power on it. This National Cricket Centre outfield is a lightning one. I think if you got a bit more power and might have gotten himself a boundary. Hold him! Siwa strikes! Gopal goes and the off stump is smashed in. Let's have a look at this again. Seemed to be a change of pace again. Let's have a look. In fact, just full and straight. Gopal playing all around and a poor shot in the end. And that's the fall of the first wicket for Naparima College. Adam Gopal goes for 9. And it's going to be in at number 3 for Naparima College. Not quite sure just yet, but Siwa full and straight. Gopal just playing all around it and off the pad onto the off stump. Disappointing for Gopal, but joy for Fatima College in at 3. It's going to be Oshan Gobin. He's an aggressive batter. He's going to look to play shots very early on here.
Yeah, so as he came into bowl, we spoke about it. We mentioned it. He is a wicket-taking bowler, and he is the leading run scorer for the Fatima College team this season and across the league. But he's also taken quite the number of wickets throughout the season. And paying dividends for his captain, Joshua Davis, immediately. Just his 3rd ball into his spell.
Didn't impact as much as he would have liked with the bats. Zachary Siwa.
Yeah, that's one of the things when you have all-rounders. They're never out of the game.
It just goes to show Andrew Rambaran earlier on too. Had a first ball duck, but came back and moved brilliantly in the death for Vishnu Boys.
And he also marshaled his troops well. Because I think it wasn't just a case of he didn't score runs or he didn't take wickets or whether he was going to take wickets, but his bowling changes and how he carried the team in the field, it created a situation where they were able to put pressure on Hillview and then eventually win down in the back end. Barest of margins. It made that 90 runs feel like it was the 590 put on by the Red Force or the 540 by the Pride.
Thank you for LBW, definitely going down leg though. See, we're making things happen.
Yeah, the angle just carrying it down that leg side.
Cut away from Gobin straight to the fielder at backward point, and it's a dot ball to finish. So at the end of over number 6, at the end of the power play, it's 29 for 1.
Yeah, vast contrast to the 72 scored by Fatima in their power play. And Naparima College will be hoping that their back end will resemble the Fatima power play, because they have still 121 to get from 84 deliveries.
Looks like it's going to be Malik Lewis.
Gets a round of applause from his schoolmates. So Joshua Davis, even outside of the power play, it's persisting with a slip. And just as I say that, he's removed Pollard from slip. Sent him to backward point. Flicked down to mid-wicket.
Lovely, lovely.
Brings Hushan Gubin back into strike.
changing the field yet again. In fact, he thought of changing the field. Almost a carbon copy of the previous delivery.
Shit up. Alright.
It's not bad bowling though from Lewis. Can't really get too many boundaries.
Just keeping it simple.
The fans around the country calling to get Nalmingo on the ball. What's he doing behind the stumps? I think he's a bowler now. He's been a bowler for quite some time. And fans all around the country calling for their favourite player, Nalmingo. Well ball from Lewis. Mingo, another one of those players who look up to Nikhail Jalim, as this one is hit through the mid-wicket fielder and goes into the boundary for 4. Let's have a look at this effort again. It's unable to cut it off in the end. Had a dive. And yeah, unable to cut it off. And that's another boundary. Fans from Atlanta calling for Jonathan Ramneris, saying that Jonathan needs to score 100.
Yeah, he'll have to come into bat now if he has to have a chance of getting that 100. But I think he possibly might be the next batter in, or the one after that. 4 or 5.
Looks like it's going to be Zachary Siwa to continue. Good over. He started with 2 runs and a wicket. Seems like a ball change is happening. Just a bit of an interruption. So while we wait for the umpires to make a decision on what's going on out there, we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back after this. Welcome back. Everything seems to be in order with the change of the ball. Siwa is back into bowl to Stefan Katwaru. Yorker length delivery, a good Yorker. I think Zachary Siwa has been watching my videos. He's nailed his Yorker there. That delivery to start the over. Siwa again runs into bowl. In the air, chance of a catch, and it just evades Joshua Davis at cover. And it's going to be a single. Good bowling though from Siwa. Like to say good afternoon to Mario King. He's telling me not to give any batting advice, so I'll listen to him on that one. In the air, and the mid-off is out on the boundary, so they're gonna get a single. But you can see the intent has changed. Katwaru is looking to go big, Rubin is looking to go big. They're looking to play more shots now. Just not getting the result that they would want. Naparima College batting to come. Jonathan Ramner is to skip up. Matthew Cooper. I'm Nelson. Ahmed Pittyman. And what's that, Miss Siwa is so unlucky there. Let's have a look at this again. Inside edge onto the pad and just trickles past the off stump. I think Siwa's a bit unlucky there. One delivery to go in his second over, 1.5 overs. 1 run, 4 wickets. 4 runs, 1 wicket, sorry. And he runs in to finish his final delivery of the second over. And it's missed everything again. Unlucky once more is Zachary Siwa. So at the end of 8, Naparima College are 38 for 1. Gonna go across the line again as Katwaru. So we see the ground staff here at National Cricket Centre just taking it in, waiting to get the work done. Hit straight this time is Ushan Rubin. Cut away this time. Lewis to Gobin. Gobin's bowled him! Gobin goes! Bowled Malik Lewis. And he's off to the sheds. And that is the fall of the second wicket. Malik Lewis has bowled Oshan Gobin, pitching this one all the way up. Gobin looking to go big. Not timing it, not getting anywhere near it, and straight through him. So Malik Lewis strikes. Naparima College fall to 40 for 2. And at number 4 is going to be the Trinidad and Tobago under 15 fast bowler, Aryan Mohammed. Not seen too much of the youngster with the bat, but he's an immensely talented fast bowler, left arm swing bowler. A lot of chatter, Siwa and Mingu around. Bowled all over the shot, was going a poor shot in the end, just playing straight across the line of it.
One shaker. Next time, boy.
A lot of chatter behind the wicket from Mingu. Gonna take Aryan Mohammed wide. Aryan Mohammed leaving this one alone.
Go licky, go licky, go licky. Yeah, licky, yeah, licky. Yeah, licky, yeah, licky. Lovely leg, lovely leg, lovely
I think
leg.
it's time that we take a short break here and leave Mingu to take over. Lots of chatter from him, as we've grown so accustomed to.
One. Well done.
Mohammed hitting this one hard down the ground, but just a single in the end. So the end of over number 9. Fatima College in control here. Naparima 41 for 2.
So you were saying that a 170 would be the defendable target. They're making this 150 feel as if it's the 200 that they should have gotten. Of course, again, we sit and we look and analyze the game. Of course, at this level of cricket, when we analyze, it's with the hope that these young chaps will get better. Of course, they have so far and so many years ahead of them in their careers. As the skipper himself will take the ball.
After 9 miserly overs of bowling, now you have to come in and face the Trinidad and Tobago national under 19 captain, Joshua Davis. It's not getting any easier out there.
Yeah, of course, when you look across both teams and across both games that we've called today, a lot of things that they can all do better. Even in someone like Joshua Davis, who's the national under 19 captain, there are things that possibly tactically, while batting, he could have done better. And again, the growing and learning curve of going through age group cricket.
Last one's gone straight through him. A wonderful start from Josh Davis. Let's have a look at this one again. Good turn on offer.
Good take by Mango behind the sticks as well. He was quick to whip off the bails and just politely ask of the umpire.
Turn again. Joshua Davis is one of those spinners that turns the ball. He's one of, I think we've lost the touch of, you know, your spinners in Trinidad and Tobago, young spinners turning the ball. I think Josh is one of those spinners who get a tremendous amount of turn.
Yeah, we saw Cooper in the first innings as well extract quite a bit of grip.
Let's have a look at that again. That might be the ball of the day from Joshua Davis.
I think you might. You sure you're not the Fatima College student?
Let's take a look at this. Just pitching on about middle and leg. And Niall Mingo took that ball around fifth stump. It's high in the air. Aryan Mohammed is gone big. And he's found the gap, but Caden Mack does well to keep it in. And it's just going to be 2. High in the air, and it was easily taken. Joshua Davis strikes. Picks up the wicket of Aryan Mohammed. Let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, and there was a loud call, mine, that came from Niall Mengo. And he called everyone off. His captain was looking to go for it. The 3 fielders on the offside were thinking of it. Niall Mengo called them all off and said, mine, and took a quite simple catch in the end. So that wicket will bring, at this point in time, the drinks break, and while the umpires and the players avail themselves of some refreshments, and our cameraman as well. I think I'm going to join him for a refreshment. So we'll be right back after this short break.
It's going to be Malik Lewis to continue. .43 for 3 and 10. Hit down the ground and just for a single.
A 106 deliveries is still needed in 106 runs in 59 deliveries. And Naparima College really under the pump here. Seems quite unlikely at this juncture that they might get these runs. They haven't showed us anything in the first 10 overs, Liam, to suggest that they're going to go hard in the back end.
And I think with Cooper out there now, it might be a bit different as this one evades the field that short third man and runs into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I think he's given us some evidence here. Nice, nicely played shot. The diving fielder from backward point couldn't get there.
Javid Clark down there.
I think he probably wanted to get it a little squarer than he did in the end.
I think Cooper needs to start to play some shots. I think he's the man that can take the game away. Gonna flick the 1-2. And Cooper rushes him down there and they get 2 in the end easily. Caden Pollard out there. Seems to have just taken a tumble. .50 comes up for Naparima College, but don't think they'll be thinking about that. Cooper cuts again and running down the pitch. Malik Lewis, quick to it. I think one thing I've learned about Matthew Cooper, I've played with Matthew for quite some time now, I think about 4 or 5 years. I think he gets a bit nervous in these type of situations and tends to run down the wicket. Tries to take singles that aren't really there. So just needs that Katwaru to stay with him and keep him calm. Let them take the game as deep as they possibly can. Stay in the game for as long as they could.
Yeah, but even in staying in as long as possible, you gotta look to be a little more aggressive. You gotta turn the switch, flick the switch. And even that, the last delivery, Niall Mengo had to run probably about 15 yards to get to the ball, and they only ran 1. And that was an opportunity. Be a little more aggressive. Turn those type of singles into 2s where you can. Put some more, throw the pressure back on the fielding team. So the captain will continue. He's picked up a wicket. Just the 2 runs in his first over, that over leading up into the drinks interval.
The ball around the wicket, Cooper. Got a deep corner, long on, deep mid wicket, and a long off, as well as a sweeper. Cooper opening the face nicely. Someone's running close to the boundary, but Davis, in fact, it's Malik Lewis, does chase, and they get just 2.
Yeah, that's good running though, and that's what I'm talking about. You run hard, and as many of those type of runs, because your required run rate is about 10, so you basically almost need 2 runs a ball. You take those for as long as possible, and you will get the bad balls to put away to the boundary.
I think it's about when they get the bad balls, if they're able to put it away. Flipped away nicely. Good wrist work from Cooper. They 1-2. Katwaru turns, but Cooper says no.
Speaking about boundary, that number 55 running off the boundary seems so familiar. Standing at a long on, a wide-ish long on.
Usually with Karen Pollard, he spends most of his time down on that long on, long off boundary.
And almost to state the obvious, this one high in the air, in the direction of young Pollard, but it will sail over his head and over Zachary Siwa's head. In fact,
it's gone all the way for 6. A much needed boundary for Naparima College, a much needed boundary for Stefan Katwaru. And I think it's about time that Naparima College go on the counter attack and try to get something out of this game. Davis pitching it all the way up and Katwaru going straight and hard and gets it all the way for 6. Pulled away this time. 2 fielders out there. Cooper is quick and they get 2 easily. A misfield from Isaiah Fernandez out there, and this is what I'm talking about. The urgency from Cooper there and from Katwaru to run that first one hard. It cost Isaiah Fernandez to just misfield it a bit, and they got an easy 2.
yeah, I think they have headsets in those helmets. They heard us talking about being more aggressive. Being more aggressive is not only about hitting the boundaries. It's definitely about all the other, what you would call the 1%ers in the game. The minor things that sometimes you don't think about. You learn it when you're going through your coaching and so on. You know, run the first one hard, take one for the throw, get down when you're getting to the ball. All these different little things.
Katwaru goes straight down the throat of Zachary Siwa. He's not going to drop that. And that is the end of Stefan Katwaru. Joshua Davis strikes. He gets his second wicket. And Naparima College are in trouble here.
And you don't expect a player of the caliber of Zachary Siwa to drop these type of catches.
They were very easy in the end. They seemed to squat on it a bit. And that is the end of Katwaru. You got to think it's going to be Pettyman here. Or Ryan Nelson even, but Pettyman, I think he's won a couple of games for Naparima College this season with a couple of half centuries. A couple of 40s as well. Scored, I think he scored 70 odd against Fatima last time in the 50 over encounter between these two. Well, it looks like it's going to be Ryan Nelson, another good batter, dangerous batter when he gets going. And I think they need him to get going here. There's no if, buts or maybes as we have another look at this Stefan Katwaru wicket. Just looking up at the same shot he did. It's spewing off the outside edge a bit. Not getting the connection you would have liked, and Siwa just stooping into the catch there easily. And that is the fall of wicket number 4. So Naparima College, they require a further 88 to 80, 11 runs and over. I think this stage of the game, you want to get a boundary early in the over and work from there. Get a boundary in the first or second delivery in the over. Kind of takes the pressure off a bit. It's going to be Malik Lewis to finish his spell. 3 overs for
Malik Lewis has been good. This one just turned into the leg side, and they're looking for 2 into wide open spaces, and this is good running. So Nelson is coming in to join Cooper, and that creates some pressure of an errant throw, allows them to come for the 3rd. So they continue with some aggressive running here, do Naparima College, even at the fall of the wicket. And now with the equation 80 odd from 47 deliveries, it's a gettable in the modern era. 85 from 47. They're looking to dab it down into the offside and take a quick single. Raheem Nelson turns this one, and he's cleaned them up. Looking to turn one into the leg side, and losing his balance. We get to see it again. And Niall Mengo with the quick hands. And Raheem Nelson has to depart. Looking to be aggressive. Looking to get the ball turned into the leg side. Missing it. Overbalancing. Leaving his crease. And leaving Niall Mengo the easy task of just taking the bails off. Probably not the shot for that type of a delivery. The ball well wide of the off stump, and trying to turn it into the leg side. Captain wicketkeeper Butter Jonathan Ramnaris comes to the middle, and he and Matthew Cooper have a task here. And just look at it. It was outside the off stump, almost to the wide line, and he was trying to turn it into the leg side. Of course, wide open spaces on the leg side, leaving Niall Mengo an easy task just to collect and take the bails off. So Fatima College here since the water break. One wicket to Joshua Davis just before the water break, and then another to him after the water break. And now Malik Lewis is into the act with a couple of wickets. A loud shout for LBW, and the umpire is unmoved. Of course, the umpires have been good today, so I don't think they will miss too many. So possibly just drifting down that leg side. So the captain, Ramnaris, survives and moves on. Strokes one through the offside. Equation now 84 from 44. But the trouble being that they have lost half of the batting lineup. So that brings us to the end of the Malik Lewis over, and Joshua Davis, the skipper, will continue from this southern end, the administrative building end. He's looking for another wicket, possibly thoughts of possibly bowling out the Naparima College team, and this one in the air, and it's made a mess of by the fielder, but creating the opportunity immediately, Joshua Davis. And I think it was Malik Lewis himself, or was it, that put that one down? Yeah, Malik Lewis himself. So creating the chances regularly here now, Fatima College.
I think the chances are going to come now. Naparima College need to launch the attack.
Yeah, and it just seemed that after that water break, I don't know what was in the water that both teams decided that they would go on the attack. Fatima started to attack a little bit more with their bowling, and Naparima started to flick the switch and accelerate the scoring a bit. Of course, that's not without its own risk. Joshua Davis just keeping Cooper honest at the non-striker's end. floated up nicely. It's in the air, down towards Siwa. Bounce a couple of times to get to him.
.69 for 5 now. Got to think that Fatima have this one in the bag. Unless Matthew Cooper could do something very special here, as well as Jonathan Ramneries. Cooper pulls down to deep mid-wicket, deep backward square in fact, and they're going to try to get 2 chances for a run out, a direct hit! And not out, says the umpire, but good work in the outfield from, seems to be Adrian Mahis out there. So 2.
Yeah, safely in by a long way. A little bit hopeful from Mengu and his captain Davis.
Cooper pulls and pulls well, and it goes all the way for 6. Matthew Cooper, could he be the saviour for Naparima College?
What were you saying, Liam, about Cooper doing something special? Of course, he got the length where he can just rock back on that back foot and pull once he made full connection.
Poor delivery in the end from Davis. Don't think as a skipper you should be bowling that kind of delivery at that point in time, but I think he's only human at the end of the day. He might just be a bit tired as well. Just scored 71 not out, carried his bat for the 20 overs. It's going to be Adrian Mahis. Now, Mr. Basu, we throw our minds back to the final of the Intercol last year when Presentation College seemed completely out of the game.
Quite great memories you bring back for me here.
Adrian Mahis for the bowl, I believe it was the 17th or the 18th over.
17th.
Yeah, and went for 6 fours, went for 24 in the over. I think if Naparima College could get 6 fours in the over right now, get to that 20 run over, might just bring things right back where they want it.
Yeah, and that's the nature of the 2 shorter formats of the game. Just one big over always changes things. A lot of appeal from Mengo behind the stumps and a wide call, probably just trying to keep the umpire from calling the wide. Was a Dial Mengo. All wicket keepers try that.
So I'm gonna look at it again. Definitely too wide.
Yeah, and under the bat, so it was probably the bat hitting the ground, if anything at all.
Nice little dab from Ramner. He's doing the right thing, getting Matthew Cooper on strike. Cooper 22 of 12. He's been silent in a way, but he's been getting the job done. I think they need to target an over here and just go really big to try to get this game back within reach. I think if you could get it back to 10 and over, you feel a bit more confident. You get 1 boundary in the over, run a couple of singles, and you're right there. So I think Cooper needs to break it down in his head, get that big over.
And of course do this as well. When the ball is not there to hit, don't go flashing, don't go looking for it. You just turn it away, and if the single is on offer, you'd go for it. Of course, that one he hit directly to the fielder. Of course, you might be a little bit younger than I am, but we've learned over the years, don't call the game until it's over.
100%. This time flicked away from Cooper, and it goes into the boundary for 4. Matthew Cooper doing the work here for Naparima College, trying to fight back. He's fighting hard.
And mighty close to being a no ball here. I thought that
was a no ball.
I think it was.
I think umpire Simon Arun a bit lenient on this occasion.
Yeah. We've watched so much cricket, and we've seen the likes of Rinku Singh and Rahul Tewatia and Kieron Pollard and Andre Russell, and you never know what's going to happen at the back end of a game.
It's not over till it's over. Matthew Cooper is a type of player where he always fights. He's going to fight till the very last second. He never gives up. And he's a player that I really enjoyed playing with as well for Naparima College. He's a die-hard Naparima College student. Represents his college well. Played football for Naps as well. This time misses out on a slower delivery from Mahis, but good thinking from young Mahis as well. Knows Cooper is on the charge. Take the piece off of it. Smart bowling. Mahis has impressed. I think I'm happy to see Adrian Mahis still playing cricket. I think a lot of players would have gone through what he went through last year in that Intercol final and, lost their love for the game or stuff of that nature. It's good to see that Mahis is still up here, still trying his best and still applying his trade well. And single
And
for Cooper there.
You remind me, I did speak, I think, with Miss Poon, who is the chaperone of the team, and I think I did chat with their manager, Stephen Williams, about that. And they were reminding me during this season as well that Mahis is a talented player. And you also remind me as well, just going back to the regional Super 50 earlier this year, if you remember Naeem Young and what Naeem Young went through in the CPL, and I remember having a chat with Naeem Young during the Super 50 tournament, and asked him, how he felt and what he did, and the whole aspect of that game where he went for a lot in the back end and ended up losing the game for the Royals. And he said, listen, I understand that this is cricket and anything can happen on any given day. I just backed my ability, went back into the nets, sought out all the advice I needed to, and I come again. And you would hope that a young chap like Mahis, who is quite a bit younger than Naeem Young as well, that he would have that type of mindset moving forward. I think you alluded to it as well in the first game where we were talking about that Tobago T10, where you yourself, you went for runs on one day, and on the next day you came back well, because you understand that it's never always going to be your day.
Yeah, I think it took some getting used to, and I think it's better to have these type of experiences at a young stage in your career, where you can learn, and where you're young, you're still sprightly, you still have a lot to give. So it's better to have these type of experiences early on in your career, and it helps mold the kind of player you want to be. Because I think, when I just started playing cricket, I think I was a bit lucky where I never really got dismantled by a batter for quite some time, for maybe the beginning years of my career. Then I remember one time I was about 15 years old, 14 years old, and I played my first under 19 game for South. Bowler first over was a maiden, and my second over went for about 20. And I think that experience, that gave me so much experience to learn that it's not always going to be a day, and it's just about how you bounce back.
And I guess it should be easy if I take you back to that T10 last month in Tobago. I guess it's easy when you think about it that it's a player like Lindell Simmons, for example, who is a World Cup winner, and he's bashed bowling all over the world. And he's won games for the Red Force. He's won games for TKR. He's won games
Indians.
For all the franchises and teams he's played for. So it should be easy, you would think, to understand. And he's bowled him.
And he's bowled him. Siwa strikes. Siwa picks up the wicket. And Matthew Cooper, the resistance is over. Cooper is gone. And Zachary Siwa, the man with the golden arm, doing the job. Full Yorker length delivery, and as I said earlier, I think Zachary Siwa was watching my highlight reel.
Yeah, you taught him well in that Royals unit across there in Tobago, and we're talking about just that because he himself went for some runs. Again, the aforementioned Lendell Simmons, but again, you're playing against those caliber of players, and you should learn from it. And Fatima College here now in full control. 86 for 6 Naparima College. Still 64 runs to get from 28 deliveries.
It's going to be Rahul Gully. Surprised you've not seen.
We did mention it when he came on to bowl at the end of the power play that he is a strike bowler. He is a wicket-taking bowler, is Zachary Siwa. He's taken 2 wickets. His captain has taken 2 wickets. Mahesh has taken 2 wickets. Or is it Mac? Took a couple of wickets as well. Saving apart that finals that you mentioned where it just went, it was all going in their favour, and then that Mahesh over, the 16th or 17th over, that just went for about 20, that just changed it back in presentation's favour. They seem to back themselves defending totals, and you can see the evidence of it with their captain, Zachary Siwa, Malik Lewis, all sharing the workload. And of course, as you mentioned, there's also that possibility of Niall Mengo bowling as well.
Don't think they're using today though. So bowling to come from the skipper Davis. Good delivery from Siwa and worked away. I think Gully's done well to get that down there. Wait for the signal from the umpire.
Yeah, and I think
it's going to be leg byes, so it's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, I think Niall Mengo is just about 6 inches too short. Yeah, it was well out of his grasp.
60 of 27s. They are fight back on for Naparima College. I think the wicket of Cooper might have changed a lot, but still young Pittyman to come on. Really, really surprised that Ahmed Pittyman is not batting earlier for Naparima College. Siwa runs into ball to Gully. Gully drives straight back to Siwa. And no run.
Look for a moment like that was a return catch.
Let's have a look at it again.
Bong ball. Spectators catch, in fact. But he is creating some problems, Zachary Siwa.
He's just trying to get that ball up in the block hole. Slower delivery. Hit straight down the ground from Gully. And if going to be a single, Davis gets the throw back in to Mengo. Final delivery of Siwa's third. Ramnarish drives, but straight to Isaiah Fernandez at a short cover. So at the end of 16 overs, Naparima College 91 for 6. They require further 59 runs to win. Just 24 balls to do it. Starting to lose the light a bit here at National Cricket Centre. 4 overs to go.
Yeah, thankfully it is that time of the year where the sun stays with us just a tad bit longer than usual, the dry season here in the Caribbean region.
It's about 8 minutes till 6 o'clock.
I think we should have a full completion, and there shouldn't be any need for DLS or any other.
Driven from Gully straight to Siwa.
Any other equations, any other mathematical equations, or dipping into the rule book and the playing conditions for the tournament. Of course, remember the game did get started a tad bit later than was expected.
In the air, and a couple of bounces down to, looks like Davis Guerra down at short, not at deep, long off. Now, I'll be interested to know, Mr. Basu. Presentation College Shagunas need 6 of the last ball to tie the game. If not, if Josh Tellymack could hold his nerve here, it's game over, and Presentation College will be knocked out.
Josh Tellymack.
Josh Tellymack is bowling for St. Benedict's.
Yeah, he's been in he's been playing cricket. We know that. So if they don't get those 6 runs to tie, then we're going to have new champions one way or the other.
Well, Presentation College San Fernando won INTERCOL last year. Presentation Shagunas won the 50 over league this year. But there will be no chance for them to complete the double if Tellymack can hold his nerve here.
Yeah,
In fact, they need 6 to win, 5 to tie. So a 6 would, and Alexander Chase is on strike.
You know he's going to give it his all with Chase. Another one of those national youth players. I guess.
Well, Tellymack holds his nerve. The run out is in effect, and St. Benedict's College have completed the upset of the competition so far. Presentation College Shagunas are knocked out.
So St. Benedict's and Vishnu, 2 of the final 4 teams. Looks for all money that Fatima will be the 3rd of the 4 teams to go into the semi-final round. And then we await the winner of the St. Mary's game. So the end of the 17th over, the end of the 17th, Naparima College a 93 for 6. Still some 57 runs adrift of their target.
The St. Mary's game, in fact, that would have been played this morning earlier on against Presentation College San Fernando. They're knocked out. St. Mary's, they got 106 for 8 in their 20 overs, and Presentation College made light work of that. 107 for 1 in 12 overs. Riyad Mohammed 71 not out of 38, 6 fours, 6 sixes. So it looks like it's going to be Vishnu Boys, St. Benedict's College, Presentation San Fernando, and the winner of this game, which seemingly so far looks like it's going to be Fatima.
I mean, in the modern era, 50 odd of the last 3 overs is gettable. Whether Naparima have the caliber of batters to get that type of score, we wait to see. But there you go, the final 4 all almost set to the semi-final round of the Secondary Schools Cricket League INTERCOL, Power Gen Secondary Schools League. Caden Mack with his final over here. Concede a single on the first ball. He's been good, Caden Mack. Hasn't taken any wickets, but has only gone for 18 runs in his 3 overs to date. And you can see Niall Mengo there just giving some instructions to some of the players. Yeah, we may have this one in the bag, but stay focused and don't give it away. So singles coming easily here. Of course, singles not going to help the cause of Naparima College. They do need a couple of these deliveries to get over the boundary. And if you go by the mathematics of the West Indies coach, Darren Sammy, 54 runs is just 9 balls you need. Darren Sammy known for that type of a tactic. You check the runs you need and divide it by the number of 6s. And then whatever is left over, you get it in a couple of singles or a couple of boundaries. Of course, you got to have the batters, as I said, to do that. So one inside edge, the good old French cut, and it is going to run away to the boundary now. So Cade Mack here getting a little bit of tap in the back end. Of course, a little bit unfortunate, maybe. But you can see the plan is trying to follow the batter, spear it in at the toes. The 100 coming up with that boundary. 49 now needed in 14 deliveries. Going full and straight, Cade Mack concedes yet another single. That single brings us to the end of the 18th. 102 for 6 at the end of 18. 48 needed from the final 2 overs. In fact, there is a ball to go. So 48 from 13, in fact. An awkward looking shot there. It's probably undone by a lack of pace, and a misfield allows them to go through for 2 runs. Misfield Javid Clark. So those 2 runs, 104 now at the end of the 18th. So 46 now needed off of the final 2 overs. Which by Darren Sammy's mathematics is just 11 of those 12 balls they need to go to the boundary. And the last ball you need to go for 2 runs. Or you take 8 of those deliveries, 8 of those 12 deliveries, and put it over the boundary for 6, and you win the game. All easier said than done. Of course, that's no easy task when you're facing up to the National Under-19 captain and the Fatima College captain, Joshua Davis. He's already picked up 2 wickets on the day. Joshua Davis, his final over. Bowled, cleaned up, furniture disturbed, all over the shop, however you want to describe it. An ugly looking shot in the end. But of course you can understand why at this juncture in the game you're looking for as many runs as you can get.
Yeah, I don't think you could blame Ramnarees for playing that shot. I think it's what was required of him.
And just on the evidence of the benefit we have of the replay, you can see the ball just keeping a bit low as well. And probably he did get that length. That length looked like, hey, I can pull this one over the leg side, but it just seemed to die as it pitched. And losing his middle stump, of course. Good smart bowling here from Joshua Davis. Keep it as straight as possible. You miss, I'm going to hit. Yeah, just playing over the ball, but definitely the length that you would think a pull shot is in order.
Yeah, I think after that, Davis is definitely going to be the man of the match. He's got 71 not out of his 48 deliveries opening the batting. He's got 3 for 24 now.
Of course, a good evening going on to Dexter, who's still in the building. Usually we see him out on the field. Manning the troops. The main reason that the NCC is kept in pristine condition.
Little Dexter. It's gonna be Pettyman now. So face the music. Joshua Davis 3 for 24 and 3.1. Pittyman sweeps and sweeps well, and this is what I was saying. I was calling for Pittyman to bat a lot earlier. He's come in and he swept his first ball for 4. I don't understand why he was kept for so late. I think at this point in time, you can't expect much of him. You can't expect him to win this game. So we'll take a look at this delivery again from Davis. Down the leg side a bit. Pittyman sweeping and getting 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a well-executed sweep shot because he hit it so cleanly. You can see as it came off the bat how clean he hit it.
He's an extremely capable young batsman, Amrit Pittyman, so I can't understand the thinking of batting him at number 9 in a game like this where you know that he's going to come out and he's going to score freely. So I think that's where Naparima College missed the trick.
And I think that's similar and mirrors what we were talking about in the Fatima innings as well. The moment Cuddle was out of their team, your power hitter to the back end was always going to be Kaiden Pollard. And they chose to go with the noddlers and nurdlers like Mengo and Mac when they could have possibly gone for Pollard.
Cooley gets a single down to deep mid wicket. 2 deliveries to go in this Davis over, and then just the final over to go. 40 runs required in 8 deliveries. 5 runs a ball. It's Davis to Pittyman. Pittyman chips down the wicket, goes down to the ground. 1 bounce to Guerra at long on, and they're going to get a single. Joshua Davis has bowled really well, 3 for 31. He's been a bit more on the expensive side based on the nature of this game, but he's still able to pick up wickets. And once again, a couple of bounces into Mahis down at long on and a single to finish the over. So it's all done and dusted here, really. 38 to get in the last over. Joshua Davis was brilliant today. 3 for 32, 71 not out. What a performance it was from the National Under-19 skipper and the Fatima College skipper, Joshua Davis.
Yeah, so it's almost a foregone conclusion that they're going to win the game, and it's almost a foregone conclusion that Davis will be the player of the match, carrying his bat through for that 71.
I think the only thing that may take that player of the match award away from Josh Davis is if Siwa comes in and picks up 3 wickets in this over and ends up with 5.
He must be your friend to have those good wishes and hopes for him. Just almost getting a 5 for... he had 9 balls in which to do it. Just couldn't complete the 5 for, but again, such a wonderful young talent.
Down the ground from Gully, a nice shot. Might just go for 4, but brilliant bit of work from Pollard, and it's just going to be 2.
I think you need to say that again. It's so familiar. He's fielding down at long on, and seemed to just slip a bit when he got to the ball, but he recovered well, and those good hands that you usually associate with Pollard.
See, you are just delaying the game now. It's all done and dusted. Zach just pulled the ball. Gonna have to have a chat with him after this. Five deliveries to go, and similarly to last season, Fatima College knocking Naparima College out at the quarter-final stage. Yorker, brilliant delivery from Siwa. Yorker length passing in between the batsman and the stumps. Yorker again.
He's definitely been looking at you and learning, Liam.
100%.
So with the 3 deliveries to go, an all but clinical performance here by Fatima College, and as we mentioned just a moment ago, this is that age group under 19, between under 15 and into under 19 age group, where you expect that they're going to make mistakes and there are things that can improve in respect of Fatima College in particular, because
goes through the covers. Let's get a single.
Because they were runners-up last season in the Intercol, there are things that coming through this season and even in this Intercol tournament they want to fix, with the expectation that you can go one step further and actually lift the trophy this year. In respect of Naparima, they have a couple of players who will return to the team next year, because they're quite young. As you mentioned, a couple of their national under 15 players, a couple of their national under 19 players, and it is about looking forward for them. And you always want to see players show the learnings that they pick up along the way. But with 1 delivery to go, it's all but set now. 32 from that delivery is a near impossibility by the nature of this glorious game we call cricket. So the final 4 in the Power Gen SSCL Intercol is now set. It will be Presentation San Fernando, the defending champions, St. Benedict's College, Vishnu Boys, and this dot ball to end will mean that the 4th team in the semi-finals of the Intercol 2024 will be Fatima College, last year's runners-up, and as we suspected, the player of the match in this one, the national under 19 and the Fatima College captain Joshua Davis, 71 from 46, 4 fours and 2 mighty sixes, a strike rate of 154, and his 4 overs 3 for 32. So that will bring to a close this one and the quarter-final round of the Power Gen SSCL Intercol, and we look forward to next week, Thursday, where we will have those semi-finals, dates and times to be announced officially, but until then, on behalf of Liam and our cameraman Gordon, this is a production of Cricket 360 and 360 TV. We bid you adieu and look forward to seeing you next week for the semi-final round, the Power Gen Secondary Schools Cricket League Intercol 2024.